A&M. 18th ranked Oklahoma has Illinois State coming to town. 15th ranked Florida will have a visit in Gainesville from Long Island University. Let's give our Crimson Tide affiliates an opportunity to identify themselves. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. The countdown to kickoff is only moments away. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
In football, a triple threat is a player who can do it all. For barbecue, Dreamland is a triple threat. You can dine in, carry out, or let us cater your next event. For the ultimate tailgating experience, nothing beats a rack of legendary Dreamland ribs with your favorite sides. If you got a taste for winning, treat your team to Dreamland. There ain't nothing like 'em nowhere. A proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in. Like Kubota BX and L-Series compact tractors that get the job done right. Z-Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your local Kubota dealer for a demo today.
Visit rolltide.com/Kubota for a list of statewide participating dealers.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This season, honor the win and the West in Tecovas. Whether you're in the stands or out celebrating after a big win, Tecovas Western boots are handcrafted for all-day comfort. With colors and styles that look right at home, you can show your pride from head to toe. This football season, show up in boots. Find your perfect pair at tecovas.com or at their Birmingham retail store at the Summit. Tecovas, forever West.
Roll Tide.
Plenty of time. Pressure coming from the back. Unloads the football. That is going to be a fumble. And Bama says they have it. And they do. Pressure coming. Throws. Picked off. Intercepted. And out of bounds around the 15-yard line. The snap. Looking downfield. Down the boundary. It is caught. Breaks the tackle. He will score.
Exclusive coverage of Alabama football game day continues. Welcome to the Countdown to Kickoff show on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Alabama football is brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Order online with the Chick-fil-A app to cater your next tailgate party. The Countdown to Kickoff show starts now.
And we do indeed welcome you back to Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium. Along with Tyler Watts, I'm Chris Stewart. So glad to have you with us as we continue to count down to kickoff. Alabama and Florida State. They already backed us up 15 minutes from what they told us it would be. What's 5 minutes more? So now we are looking at a 3:50 local time kick here in the Eastern time zone in Tallahassee, roughly just under 37 minutes from right now. Tyler Watts, so glad to be back, ready to do another ball game, ready to do another season, and hopefully to do another Alabama victory.
And to put the last time we visited the state of Florida, that bad taste in our mouth behind us as well. Tampa wasn't kind to us last January. However, new football team, new attitude going into the 2025 season, and this Alabama roster is poised to do nice things.
Amazing, the transformation of Florida State in 1 year, from being the program that was left out of the college football playoff, primarily because their roster at the end of the year did not look like it did when they achieved a lot of their success. They had a wonderful year, won the ACC title, a great season for Coach Mike Norvell's team, but they were beaten and battered. And oh, by the way, Alabama had just beaten Georgia in the SEC championship as well. The Tide got into the playoff. Florida State did not. The next year, an utter disaster as they win just 2 football games at Florida State for the first time in decades. This was a horrible season for them, one that they're ready to put behind them.
Yeah, Mike Norvell tried to rebuild his roster through the transfer portal, and it backfired mightily. He has attempted to do similar things, a little bit more strategic this season. 4 new offensive linemen that have transferred in, multitudes in the secondary defensive fronts. By the way, also 2 new coordinators offensively with Gus Malzahn and on the defensive side as well. So this is a roster that has had some success over the last couple of years, but a very disappointing 2024 performance. They're looking to rebound versus Alabama here today.
Our scouting report is presented by Homewood Suites by Hilton in downtown Tuscaloosa. Make yourself at home at Homewood Suites, conveniently located in downtown Tuscaloosa. Stay in comfort and enjoy the great options at the on-site 205 bar and restaurant. Homewood Suites Tuscaloosa, proud to be a preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide. Tyler Watts, what's the scout in this one for Alabama?
Well, for Alabama, it's the backfield. The running back room is a little bit depleted with Jam Miller going down. Now Richard Young is going to be called upon to do the dirty work inside the tackle box and on the perimeter for Alabama. And defensively, Tim Keenan going down. It's going to be a big opportunity for Jeremiah Bremen to come in at that nose guard position. A lot of misdirection in this Gus Malzahn offensive attack. We have to be solid and anchor that front 4 and keep these offensive linemen from getting up to the linebacker level.
Alabama defensively very strong in the back half. Good, better even up front than they were a year ago, but without a key piece today.
Well, with Tim Keenan being down, that's a lot of experience that is unfortunately sidelined, but it's going to give younger guys an opportunity. We had a couple transfers, some younger guys come in that are big bodies, have just not been in this type of environment and atmosphere, but they're going to be called upon. Listen, when you put the jersey on, that means that you're capable. You have to go out there and focus, and hopefully you've done your preparation during the course of the week to step up and not disappoint yourself nor your teammates.
Do you like the numbers in the secondary this year? It's got to be one of the strong suits, doesn't it?
Yeah, on the secondary, absolutely. From the standpoint of you had a lot of young guys play throughout the course of the season last year. They now have a lot of experience underneath their belt. They're much more confident in what Kane Womack is wanting to do defensively. Communication should be better. I look for the defensive secondary to be a strength of this unit.
We talked to coaches. We've seen them in practice. This is a group defensively that is very excited about reclaiming what we're accustomed to seeing Alabama look like on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, and it all starts up front. Stopping the run, taking away that number 1 attack that all offenses want to establish, the running game. If you can do that, it frees up you to become more creative in what you're doing with pressure packages on 3rd and medium, 3rd and long, and now all the pressure is on the offensive unit. Yeah, this is a defense, though, that consistently got better throughout the course of the year, and I would say in October, outside of the Oklahoma game, where they only gave up about 14 to 21 points, they were playing as good as what we've seen in Alabama defense play over the last several seasons.
Speaking of defense, they will be tested. We found out over the summer that Tommy Castellanos can talk. We find out today if he can play.
He's a mobile, agile, quick quarterback. And in fact, the last time that he played on this field at Doak Campbell, he torched Florida State with his legs. And it was in breakdowns and coverage and poor pass rushes and poor gap control up front by the Florida State defense that night. That's something that Alabama has got to take away. They cannot allow Castellanos to run free and break into the open field because he is quick in a phone booth. He will make you miss in traffic. You have to gang tackle, rally to his point, but really just don't give him any openings that he can squeeze through.
Hey, hope you're checking us out. However you choose to consume the broadcast today, our social media feed, which is produced by Ethan Carabin, available on multiple social media platforms. You get a chance to check out the great-looking gear that we've been provided from our friends at Christopher Mobley. And a lot of you do indeed check out our broadcast that way. We appreciate it. Yes, I'm in a booster seat today. It's much needed for me if I'm going to be able to see over the spotting chart, be able to check out the field. But glad you've dialed us up there. But also, of course, on our Crimson Tide Sports Network affiliates, as well as the Varsity app, another way you're able to check us out. And by the way, if you're not aware, you can listen to us while synced up to your television in the comfort of your own home. Go to syncmygame.com. That's syncmygame.com to find out exactly how. Tyler Watts, let's go to the start of watching this one, presented by Tito's. Tito's Handmade Vodka, teaming up with the University of Alabama, donating 150 tickets to VetTix. That's an organization offering active service members and veterans tickets to this season's Alabama Crimson Tide home games. Let's go Bama, says Tito's, and Roll Tide as well. Who's the star that we're hoping will be rolling?
It's Deontay Lawson. A lot of time in these games, he's a more in coverage type of guy. However, I feel that his communication in the box with that defensive front and secondary as Florida State starts shifting, moving around pre-snap, is going to be extremely important that he makes sure that everyone is on the same page. The linebackers versus Vanderbilt and in Oklahoma were out of position a lot. That's what allowed those option attacks to beat us so bad. Some of the same concepts will transfer over. Florida State wants to spread you out, find gaps that they can run between. It's going to be extremely important for gap control and the linebackers feeling properly.
The starting lineups are presented by Transamerica, and we will have those for you when we come back to Tallahassee. It's pregame coverage of Alabama and Florida State next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Baumhauer's Victory Grill has always been proud to serve fresh-only ingredients in their recipes. Some of the key ingredients to these recipes are legendary sauces. Baumhauer's is excited to announce that these famous sauces are now available in grocery stores throughout Alabama. So, the next time you shop in your favorite grocery store, ask for Baumhauer's legendary sauces. If they do not carry them, just ask the manager to request them in their store. Baumhauer's is saucing up Alabama with their legendary sauces now in grocery stores.
Bama fans, why wait to start your college journey? With the University of Alabama Early College, high school students can earn college credit from UA now, online or on campus. Students are eligible after completing the 9th grade with a 3.0 GPA or higher. Thousands of students across Alabama and the United States are already part of the Crimson Tide tradition. So don't just cheer for the Tide, join it. UA Early College. Legends start here. Visit earlycollege.ua.edu to learn more. Roll Tide.
Game day is about big plays and big energy, but it's also about the little things. It's about the energy of a community coming together to cheer for our heroes on the field, the tireless work that goes into every game from the front gate to the 50-yard line, and making memories that last a lifetime. Alabama Power knows that dedication makes all the difference. That's why we're here to keep you moving with reliable power and the programs that help you save. Now that's big. Alabama Power, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Game day is back, and you know what that means. Every down, every drive, and every snack counts. That's why Golden Flake is always the go-to, the real MVP when it comes to bold flavor. For over 68 years, Golden Flake has been the South's go-to snack for Saturdays. So if you want a game-winning bite, reach for everyone's favorite snacks. Golden Flake, proud to be the official potato chip of Alabama football.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer last year and had chemo and radiation at DCH's Lewis and Faye Madison Cancer Center. I'm thankful for the support of my nurse Kate, my breast navigator Katrina, my doctors, and the whole staff. I have felt confident like I was the most important person there, before, during, and after. Tuscaloosa is blessed to have such an excellent team at the Madison Cancer Center.
Great things are happening at DCH.
Welcome to Evan Williams Bourbon Nation, home of Game Day Spirit, where the rivalries run deep and the bourbon runs deeper. As Game Day's #1 pour, Evan Williams is your go-to for every toast, tailgate, and touchdown this season. Whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing it up with your favorite cocktail, Evan Williams Bourbon is with you from every play to every pour. Find your bottle at evanwilliams.com and let's make every game count. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly.
Our starting lineups for this matchup between Alabama and Florida State, presented by Transamerica, helping Tide fans to create financial freedom so they can live their best life. Tyler Watts, Bama hoping to play, I'm not going to say its best game. Well, I'll say it this way. The best game they played all season. How about that?
Let's go with it.
Better than Florida State, which really in the opener, that's what you're looking for. Get through the first game with a W, figure out what you need work on, and go from there. But especially, I would think, when you've got a first-time starter at quarterback.
There will be plenty of mistakes that take place. The question is, who handles it the best? We've been hearing this for years. Who bounces back and puts the mistake and the bad play behind him and goes on to make the next one? Ty Simpson, huge opportunity for this young man, and I hope he has a great day.
We'll talk more about him in a moment. Let's start with the Florida State QB, though, as Tommy Castellanos will indeed be the starter. He's 5'11", 200 pounds, and a senior for the Noles.
Creates all kinds of issues with his legs. You know that Gus Malzahn is going to have a lot of eye candy, a lot of play action. The biggest thing is don't give him a clear picture. Change it at the line of scrimmage. Make sure that the coverage is cloudy. Try to confuse this young man, and hopefully he'll pull it down into the arms of a defensive lineman.
He will be handing it off, in all likelihood, to a guy we're quite familiar with. Number 5, Roydell Williams, 5'10", 223 pounds. He is a fifth-year senior. Of course, played the first 3 years of his career in Tuscaloosa for the Crimson Tide.
A product of Hueytown, Alabama. Loved watching this kid throughout his career, not only in high school as well as in college. You just hope he doesn't have a good day. Suffered a lot of injuries last season, was off the field for Florida State, but you know this game means a lot to him.
No question. Could be him or Gavin Sawchuk, 5'11", 210, and a redshirt junior. We'll see a lot as well of Jalen Lucas, 5'9", 175, and a redshirt junior as well. The tight end is Randy Pittman Jr., 6'2", 240, a junior. Seems like they've always got big, talented, effective tight ends for FSU.
And once again, in this style of offense, you're going to see a lot of 11 personnel. One tight end look that they're going to do a lot of split zone, go him across the formation to pick up backside ends, involved him off of that play action in some sort. Every play that is run from the line of scrimmage in this Florida State offense has one or two wrinkles off of it. And you know that Gus Malzahn is going to utilize his tight ends when he feels the opportunity, when Alabama's getting super aggressive up front.
Some things in life make no sense whatsoever. As I look at the Florida State roster, they have 2 zeros. They have 2 1s. They have 2 3s. They have 1 deuce, but not a number 2 on their roster. Wide receiver for them, Deuce Robinson wears number 0, 6'6", 223. And a junior, how in the world do you not wear number 2? If that's your name, but nonetheless, that's where we find Mr. Robinson wearing number 0, and Bama hopefully can find him defensively.
Well, and the good thing for Alabama's secondary is the fact we have a lot of 6'1", 6'2", and in a case or two, a 6'3" guy to play in the defense. Of course, that's a lot of height that potentially can go up in high-point balls. Hopefully the Alabama secondary can neutralize him.
Squirrel White the same way, the Clay Chalkville High School product in Jefferson County. Started his career at Tennessee and now has made his way to Tallahassee, 5'10", 178. He too is a senior.
Well, he's a speedster, and this is a lot of familiarity with this Alabama secondary and Squirrel White. He was able to get behind a lot of defensive backs in Knoxville last season, and fortunately for him, the ball was overthrown or he couldn't haul it down. He has a lot of speed, though, that you have to have respect for.
Javen Boggs, another wideout. He's 6'1", 211. He's just a freshman. They really like him.
And one of the only guys coming in that originally committed to Florida State. So many transfers on this football team. It's a wide receiver core that's pretty good. But what is offensively? What is their style and attack going to be? But with everything going on up front, they're going to have some one-on-one opportunities on the edge.
Looking at the offensive front, Gunnar Hansen is on the left side at tackle. He's a fifth-year senior, 6'5", 325. Richie Leonard the fourth, or Jacoby Rizzi will be there at left guard, 6'2", 329 for Leonard the fourth, and also a fifth-year senior is Jacob Rizzi.
Well, in across the offensive front for Florida State, 4 of these guys were not on this roster last season. They all came from different schools. Has enough time passed for them to have good chemistry and working together? The Alabama defensive front has got to take advantage of this.
Looking at center, it's going to be Luke Pettibone, who is in the middle of the offense, and on the right side, Adrian Medley or Mr. Rizzi, depending on which route they go. Both are 6'5", right around 310, and then Micah Pettis at right tackle, another huge specimen at 6'7", 350 pounds as well, and a fifth-year senior. That's your offense for Florida State. For Alabama defensively, L.T. Overton will be at the Bandits, 6'5", 278, and a senior, a major part of this defense once again this season.
Huge opportunity for these guys. They were banged up a lot last season. LT Overton has an opportunity to make him a lot of money this season on this defensive front.
You've also got Jeremiah Beeman expected to get the start with Tim Keenan III out. He's 6'4", 315. He is a freshman right in the middle, but a second-year player, which helps at least in terms of experience.
Biggest thing is try to win the one-on-one matchup, keep those offensive linemen getting up from the backers, and then break down against this quarterback running back duo in the backfield. You don't know who's going to get the ball. Go ahead and break down and be prepared to tackle everybody.
James Smith on the as defensive tackle, 6'3", 297. Tyler, he too is a junior, should be a major part of this defensive front.
You hope so. He's been limited in practice leading up to this game. Hopefully he's 100%.
The Wolf is going to be either Quay Russaw or Jamarian Latham, both around 6'2", 6'3", but in the case of Russaw, the redshirt sophomore, 243. Latham, 262. He is the graduate student for the Tide.
And when Latham's in, he has to do a good job of setting the edge, not allowing the offensive line to stretch that line of scrimmage, creating gaps back inside for running backs and Castellanos to cut back against this Alabama defense.
And Deontay Lawson at the Stinger, 6'2", 228. He too is a fifth-year senior who we've talked about, a major part of Alabama defensively. The secondary, or actually we'll go Mike linebacker first, and Justin Jefferson, 6'1", 227, a fifth-year senior.
Huge opportunity for Justin Jefferson. When he was healthy last season, he flew around the football field. He has an opportunity to make a lot of plays here today.
And whether you're talking about Damani Jackson and Xavier Brown at the corners or Bray Hubbard at free safety, Keon Sabb at strong safety, and the Husky Deshaun Jones, it's a secondary that Bama's comfortable with. Very much a strength is the back half of the Bama defense.
6 or 7 guys are going to have opportunities here in the secondary. They're going to be fresh. They're going to be attacking. They got to make sure that they're on the same page and not giving up the home run looks. Cannot allow Squirrel White to get behind you.
Let's flip it to the Bama offense, where up front, familiar looks with Caden Proctor at left tackle. Cam Dewberry, the transfer, is at left guard, but Parker Brailsford, a captain, and the center as well at 6'2", 290, a fourth-year junior with Gino Vandermark or Jaden Roberts. Probably Vandermark will get the majority of the snaps today on the right side, with Wilkin Formby as the right tackle at Tuscaloosa Native.
You know, you sometimes focus too much on what you potentially lost, but look at what is returning for Alabama. 4 or 5 of these offensive linemen have all have game experience last season. Wilkin Formby looking to rebound from a disappointing start to last year. Gino Vandermark has filled in nicely at various positions. Parker Brailsford is going to have his hands full as he goes up against a 360-plus pound nose guard. But I feel very good about this offensive front and what they're going to be able to generate.
Alabama lists 2 tight ends as their starters. The Y tight end is Danny Lewis Jr. Great to have him back once again. There was some concern maybe that he'd go into the portal, a young man that they've always felt like had a huge amount of upside.
He's a little bit bigger guy, going to be more involved in the running game. but he is a guy that also can get out into space and make good things happen because of his size.
And Josh Cuevas, while he's a good blocker at 6'3", 256, the fifth-year senior, known more as a receiver, and he was quite a threat at times last year.
And he can put a lot of pressure on linebackers and strong safeties who are coming down trying to cover him. He is a threat in the passing game.
Ty Simpson, I think, is he's been very gracious, but I think he's tired of talking. He's ready to play.
Absolutely. He's been spot on in fall camp. He's been throwing dots. He has good control of this offense. I look for him to have a great day.
And we got a bunch of oars at running back. Richard Young or Daniel Hill or Dre Washington. All three anybody in America would love to have on their roster, and Bama fortunate that those are very good options behind the injured Jam Miller.
And I think it's safe to say the more names we call it running back, the better day offensively this Alabama unit has had. That means we're controlling the line of scrimmage, rotating guys in, having success on the ground.
And while the starters at wideout will be Jeremy Bernard, Isaiah Horton, and Ryan Williams, you got some really good options behind them. Enrico Scott, Cole Adams back and healthy, Jalen Held, Derek Meadows as well.
And these guys are good in space, creating space. The short passing game, I think, is going to be extremely important, especially early on against this Florida State defense.
Speaking of the Noles defense, James Williams will be at defensive end, Darrell Jackson Jr. at the nose, and Jason Jenkins on the other end as the other side as the defensive end. They go 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", respectively. Veteran guys, good size as well.
High pad level also with that kind of size.
Yeah.
Opportunity for your offensive linemen to get up underneath them and hopefully drive them. Remember, it's not about moving them necessarily, just getting in their way and creating a seam.
Linebackers, Justin Cryer and Elijah Herring with the Jack linebacker, Omar Graham Jr. Anybody stand out to you there?
They got some good players that have come in, but to me, it's all about us. It's about us not giving them a consistent look, keep them guessing, because these guys just not had a long time to work together.
One of the corners will be Jerry Wilson. The safeties, Ashland Barker and Edwin Joseph or KJ Kirkland on that other side at safety. But the rover is Earl Little Jr., a guy who wore an Alabama uniform himself not long ago at 6'1", 200 pounds. He, too, is a fourth-year junior.
Not a bad defensive backfield. They're going to have their hands full, though, especially if the offensive line is able to give Ty Simpson enough time to allow our talented wide receivers to go downfield in their route running.
I think a lot of people are interested / anxious to see the specialist as much as anything today. Connor Talty or Peter Notaro as the kickers for placements, be it kickoffs or place kicks. We'll have Blake Dowd, who is also the starting punter, or listed as potential starting punter, who will be the holder today as well, and Alex Asparuhoff, who could be one of the punters for the Crimson Tide today as well.
Look, I feel pretty good about our special teams. I know we lost a lot, but Talty has an extremely strong leg. We've seen good things out of the other kickers as well. It's a matter, though, of field position, especially early on here. Let's just don't put anybody in a bad situation in special teams.
Those are your starters, projected starters, anyway, for today's matchup. Alabama and Florida State. The kickoff comes your way next here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Countdown to Kickoff Show. Alabama football is brought to you by Guthrie's, home of the original chicken finger and proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Visit us in-store or online at Guthrie'sChicken.com. Roll Tide. Coming up next, Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Get power to spare with a Honda generator for the ultimate tailgate experience. Honda gives you economical, portable power when and where it's needed most. It's perfect for powering a TV, crock pot, blender, or a variety of other party favors. And best of all, these gasoline-powered generators all have easy-starting, dependable Honda engines. We'll get the party started and keep it going. Get turned on to a reliable Honda generator. It's perfect for the ultimate tailgate experience.
Did you know that 90% of a child's brain develops by age 5? From birth to age 5, your child's brain is growing faster than ever. And guess what? You are your child's first teacher. Talking, singing, playing, and reading every day helps your child learn and thrive. Singing boosts memory. Playing builds problem-solving skills. Reading grows vocabulary. Talking teaches communication. Alabama's children deserve a strong start because the early years matter the most. Visit the Alabama Department of Early Childhood Education at children.alabama.gov for tips and tools.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics. Stay cool with York Ice Company, the official ice supplier of the Crimson Tide. Whether you need ice in bulk on a construction site, in your restaurant or convenience store, or just at home for your next family event or tailgate, be sure to trust the same exceptional service the Tide does with a locally owned company. York Ice has been keeping Alabama cool since 1990 and can help with your needs across the state, all from their convenient location in downtown Tuscaloosa. York Ice Company is a proud supporter of the Crimson Tide. Visit them at yorkicecompany.com for more information.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a crimson-wearing, card-carrying Bama fan, yeah, you can call me a Bammer all you want. There really is only one way to look at our beloved program, as we stand at the starting line of year 2 of the Kalen DeBoer era. Summed up nicely by the coach himself at SEC Media Days.
We fell short of making the playoffs, as simple as that, right? And giving yourself a chance to go compete for a championship.
But after the easily predicted and fully expected transitional hiccups, there is ample evidence that Kalen DeBoer, the sequel, could be special indeed.
Looking for Williams, comes back, makes the catch, trying to split defenders, makes them bang into each other, stays on his feet, breaks a tackle, scores, scores, scores. Ryan Williams, one play, 75 yards, 4 plus 2 equals 6, and Alabama regains the lead.
A roster absolutely brimming with talent and buy-in. A new quarterback selected from a room filled with both experience and potential. The return of Coach DeBoer's familiar offensive play caller, Ryan Grubb. And speaking of talent, continued Bama-like dominance on the recruiting trail. Yep, in my eyes, with fond memories of a similar situation in 2009, this is the year that we begin to see what the DeBoer era will be all about. It starts this afternoon against the Florida State Seminoles, a program with a rich history of its own and a deep desire to return to the upper echelon of college football after a truly disastrous 2024 season. One of the South's best programs over the past 40 years hosts the nation's premier program, practically since the game's inception. From Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee, it's time for Alabama football 2025. Bama and Florida State. Next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football.
Makes the catch, trying to split defenders, makes them bang into each other, stays on his feet, breaks a tackle, scores, scores, scores.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield, brought to you by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. All-State, you're in good hands. Bud Light, proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Cadence Bank. Cadence Bank is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Alabama football is also brought to you by Coca-Cola. Fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola. Chick-fil-A. Order online with the Chick-fil-A app to cater your next tailgate party. Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota. Let's go places. Guthrie's, home of the original chicken finger and proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Visit us in-store or online at Guthrie'sChicken.com. Roll Tide. Ford, proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Do dip with Hellman's and do no wrong. And by Barkley GMC. Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy.
Go Bama!
Roll Tide! Now here's the voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
There is nothing quite like the excitement of the start of the college football season for the Alabama Crimson Tide. But as we begin this year, we would be remiss if we did not mention the passing of a couple of greats. Somber note for Alabama fans, it's not a recent loss, but since we were last together, the passing of Bill Battle, former great player for Coach Bryant, tremendous supporter of his alma mater, and also director of athletics for a number of years as well. We lost Coach Battle just a few months ago, over the summer. But we also just today found out of the passing of another Alabama great from the same era, the same time, the same cloth. Both men cut, Bill Battle and also Leroy Jordan, the former consensus All-American, national champion, one of the greats in the NFL with the Dallas Cowboys as well. Coach Bryant's line, if they stay in bounds, Leroy will get them. We honor the memory of both of those men, but especially today with the passing of the legendary Leroy Jordan. Tyler Watts, Alabama football built with names like those gentlemen and many that came along before them. And since today is the opportunity for these young men to start making their names known historically for the Crimson Tide as well.
Yeah, they're kind of setting the precedent of the young folks across the South and across the state of Alabama who'll be watching them perform, pretending that they're going to beat them in the backyard or maybe in high school or whatever. This is a huge opportunity. A new year, fresh start. Whatever happened in the past doesn't matter anymore. Very optimistic about what this football team can achieve.
Give me something very early you're looking for.
Just ball control. I just want to see us win the line of scrimmage. I know that both offensive and defensive lines have taken great pride in becoming the most physical unit on the field. We'll know early on if they can establish that.
Myself, alongside Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover here in the booth as well, our broadcast host. We are pleased to welcome back in. We did it earlier in our pregame show, but now down on the sidelines, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, Corey Raymer. I know you probably want to hit somebody today, but don't. We don't have you decked out in pads, just the great-looking CTS in gear for today, but welcome. So glad to have you with us.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on, man. Looking forward to this. Yeah, I know I played linebacker, but I'm not that stupid.
Just get out there and run with them.
That's it. I'm going to mix it up.
The Tide taking the field here in Tallahassee, led by head coach Kalen DeBoer for his second year at the helm of this program. Tyler, we talked about it. As steady as it goes all the time with Kalen DeBoer, no matter the setting, circumstances, situation. But even for him, it seems that he is more comfortable now than 12 months ago, which is certainly understandable.
He knows what to expect, what's expected of him. He knows how the flow of road and home games go. He knows this unit and this football team more importantly than anything. And don't let it be underestimated. These football players love Coach DeBoer and love playing for him. And also, don't misunderstand the fact that there are some intense assistant coaches on this unit who bring the energy every single day.
Alabama down not only a starter along the defensive front, but a captain as well, as named by the team, voted on by the team prior to the start of the season. Tim Keenan III won't be available at nose tackle, nor is he available for the coin toss. He is not with the team, did not travel, as he is getting his rehab done with that lower leg injury and trying to get him back as quickly as possible. But Deontay Lawson, Ty Simpson, and Parker Brailsford are indeed ready to make their way shortly to midfield, along with our Corey Reamer, where we will have the coin toss. It'll be overseen by our game official Mike Roach. You'll have Michael Prowell, who's the umpire, head line judge Baron Ballister, Jim Slayton's the line judge, Hugh Brown the field judge, Milton Britton the side judge, back judge is Michael Griffith, Anthony Calabrese the center judge, and the replay official is John Bush. But again, our coin toss from down on the field brought to us by Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter Corey Reamer. He's down there now, and our coin toss presented by Barkley GMC.
Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium. Football. Gentlemen, for a quick second to introduce yourselves.
What's up, Pop? What's up, baby? Hey, game rip now, all right? Game rip. Game rip, dog.
Alabama is the visitor. It'll be your toss to call. This will be the heads, and this will be the tails. Man on the ground. I'm going to ask you to call now, heads or tails?
Yeah, tails.
Tails is the call. And it is a heads. Florida State has won the toss. I'd like you to defer that option to the second half. That means you guys will take the football. Alabama will begin the game by receiving the southernmost end zone. Gentlemen, shake hands. Have a great afternoon of football.
Again, the coin toss brought to us by Barkley GMC, the best place to buy a vehicle in Tuscaloosa. Proud sponsors of the Crimson Tide. Visit barkleygmc.com today. Barkley makes it easy. We hope the weather conditions will make it easy. They're presented by Alpha Insurance. Auto, home, life, business. Alpha Insurance covers it all. AlphaInsurance.com. 82 degrees, feels like 90. Cloudy skies. There is the chance of rain within the hour. Hopefully it will stay away. We have heard recent forecasts that call for the forecast to be a little bit better. And as Chief Osceola throws the flaming spear at the 50-yard line here at Doak Campbell Stadium, it has now been removed. And we hope soon Alabama will do the same for any hope Florida State has in this ball game, as their upcoming kickoff will be presented by Coca-Cola. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola, that's a winning combo. Fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola, with an assist from Roger Hoover on all of that. I'm Chris Stewart, welcoming you back to Doak Campbell Stadium. Bobby Bowden Field, new turf here on this surface. And Tyler Watts, we are finally ready to go.
About time. And speaking of the turf, at some point, we're going to want to get an update on that. It was newly put down here just a couple weeks ago. We'll ask Corey how the field conditions are for the players. I think Ty Simpson lost that coin toss on purpose. He just wanted the football. He wanted the football.
What do you want to do? I want to lose it. Jake Weinberg is the kicker. Rico Scott and Cole Adams are deep for the Crimson Tide. Scott standing on his own one. The kick will sail towards him and over his head, and Alabama will simply take it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. The Seminoles in the garnet and gold. Alabama wearing the best looking road unis in college football, all white crimson lettering and numerals in the crimson helmets as they make their way to the huddle and get things started with Ty Simpson at quarterback for the first time, the fourth-year junior from Martin, Tennessee. Richard Young will be the running back as Bama breaks the huddle. He'll send two men wide left to the near side. That's Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard. They are in tight to the left side with Cuevas, the tight end. Now Williams goes in motion to the right side, operating under center. Ty gets the handoff, gives it to his running back, Richard Young. He works left side for 6 yards. Alabama, a nice pickup, getting it to the 31-yard line.
And here's something that we have not seen a ton of over the last several seasons. Alabama huddling up. You got to think, wanting to shorten this game as well and make sure that they're keeping a good tempo moving forward.
Old school folks salivating as Bama huddles. Now comes the line of scrimmage with trips left. They'll send Bernard wide to the right. Stretch handoff fake, rolling the pocket right. Simpson throws, catch made. Bernard able to bring it in at the 43-yard line. First down, Alabama. That is brought to us by Bank First.
It was a bunch look into the boundary. Bernard went in motion. A nice play action, getting Ty Simpson out on the corner for a run pass option. Bernard broke down the safety. Huge cushion for a nice gain.
Gain of about 10 on the play. Isaiah Horton, Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard, all three as wideouts. Williams and Horton to the right. Bernard wide to the left side. Young in the backfield. Bama from the pistol. Handoff to Young. Good yardage again, about 4 yards across the 45 of the Crimson Tide. Near the 46-yard line, Darrell Jackson Jr., the nose tackle, out of Havana, Florida. A transfer from Maryland to Miami and now to FSU. A fifth-year senior. Bama hurries the line of scrimmage. Pistol formation. Looking, Simpson, plenty of time. Now rolling to his right. Looking downfield. He's going to run it. He's going to get close to the first down, but out of bounds about 1.5 yards, maybe 2 shy of that mark. It'll be third and a couple for Alabama in Florida State territory at the 49.
And most importantly, here on the second down play, there was really nobody wide open. Ty Simpson doing the smart thing, not forcing the football, using his legs to set his team up just past midfield for a short third down conversion opportunity.
Got to get to the 47 for the first down. Again, third down. Cuevas, the tight end, split wide right. Now he comes in tight to the right side with 2 wideouts left. Single man, split wide to the right side. Enrico Scott. Play clock's down to 3. Down to 2. We get the snap off, or do we? Yes. Looking, firing, catches made. We got procedure called on Alabama. That looked a bit discombobulated as the snap came just a tad after somebody moved, likely right tackle Wilkin Foreman.
And as you and Butch mentioned, though, it's the fact that once you get inside that five seconds on the play clock, defense can really tip off there and just explode off the ball. You got to make sure you have enough time if you're going to be changing the play at the line of scrimmage.
So instead of possibly being in 2-down territory, now Bama works back at their own 45 or just across it. Again, they've got to get to the 47 of FSU on third down and 7. Snap goes to Simpson with time, rolling to his right, looking downfield. He'll have to run it, edges forward, stretches the football shy of the first down mark, but it's going to be fourth and I believe less than 1 yard, Tyler.
Oh, this is going to get a mark. We might have got, nope, we are just shy, about 1.5 feet shy.
Bama's going to hurry to the line of scrimmage. They're going to go for it on fourth down. Kalen DeBoer rolling the dice early, putting it in the hands of his offense. Trips to the right side for Alabama. Snap to Simpson. Handoff to Young. Bulls forward. Did he get it? It's very close. We'll see on the spot. It looks like he got there, and he did. Richard Young with a bank first down for the Crimson Tide. Move the sticks again for Alabama in FSU territory.
And I want to go back to the previous play where Ty Simpson rolled to his right, lowered his head, and picked up 3 or 4 yards after contact to set Alabama up for this fourth down conversion opportunity for Richard Young.
So 1st and 10, Bama operating from the 47, just inside of the 47-yard line of FSU. Daniel Hill now in the backfield, the sophomore from Meridian, Mississippi, as Bernard goes wide right. Handoff to Hill. Nice cut at the 45, down to the 40. Great vision and the quick burst, picking him there for about 6 yards. Vandermark with a block as well.
Yeah, and Darrell Jackson, the defensive lineman for Florida State, was in the hole waiting on Daniel Hill. And as you mentioned, Daniel Hill did a little shuffle to the outside, did a one cut back up underneath, and picked up great yardage there on 1st down.
I didn't give him enough credit. He got 7 at 2nd and 3, operating from right at the 40 of FSU. Again, Simpson now with 2 tight ends to the right side, and Caleb Edwards and Josh Cuevas. 2 wideouts to that side as well. It's the short side of the field. The snap from the hash, the handoff goes again to Hill, and he didn't have much running room. He kind of spun his wheels right there. We wondered about the turf coming into the game. This was only laid down in the last 2.5 weeks here at Doak Campbell Stadium. Bobby Bowden Field is a new turf right now, and the first time we've seen that perhaps take effect.
And Caleb Edwards, the freshman tight end, got beat inside as well, so there was pressure in the backfield before there was really an opportunity to do anything with the ball.
So another 3rd down for Alabama. They converted on their last attempt. Now a 3rd down and 5. Actually, they didn't. Had to go for it on 4th down, but it's 3rd and 5 here from the 42. The handoff up the middle, running room close is Young to the 1st down, and I believe he got it. Boy, how nice to be able to run on 3rd and about 5 or 6 and get the needed yardage. That's what Bama does. Move the chains. Corey Reamer, great start for Bama's run game.
Absolutely, and right there we got a good block out of Josh Cuevas, sealing off the edge, allowed running back to cut up the middle and get the yardage needed for the 1st down.
And we talked about winning up front. That was what was so important for this Alabama offensive unit, and right now they are pushing this Florida State defensive front around.
Jeremy goes wide right. We got Horton and Williams wide to the left side of the formation. Lone running back Dre Washington in the game for the first time to the left of Simpson. He'll hand it off. Running room 30. Breaks a tackle. 25 and down to the 23-yard line. Another bank first down. First carry, Kevin Riley. Thank you, Roger Hoover, on that carry. 13 yards on that play. I thought it was 20. Instead, it was 28. It was Riley that got the pickup for a 1st down. Tuscaloosa native with the big carry there as Bama will now bring everybody in tight to both sides. Single setback again will be Riley. Riley waiting as he will get the handoff again from Simpson, and this time the pile pushes inside the 20-yard line. Another nice gain on 1st down of about 4 yards.
And right now, this offensive front, Cam Dewberry, Parker Brailsford, Gino Vandermark, even Wilkin Formby in there, just really doing a great job of not only creating the initial point of contact, but getting up to the 2nd level for these running backs to run.
Riley still in there, the Tuscaloosa County High School product, Northport native. Play action to him. Simpson looking, fires towards the end zone. It is broken up. And Bama fortunate that one wasn't picked off. There were 2 gold helmets there and only the single crimson helmet of Jeremy Bernard. It'll be 3rd down upcoming for the Crimson Tide.
He thought he had one-on-one coverage, and he was throwing a back shoulder, but Earl Little, the backside safety, came over at the last second and really contested that throw. Very fortunate that we're able to have a 3rd down opportunity here.
So it is 3rd and 5. 2 wideouts, right, 1 left. Running back is Young to the left side of Simpson, who looks to the sideline. Bama will change the play. The play clock is now under 10 seconds. It's at 5. Still plenty of time at 4. 3. Now you got to hurry at 2. It's at 1, and Simpson doesn't get the snap off in time. Did Bama get a timeout? I think the sideline got the timeout, and that is a great job by Coach DeBoer and staff to get that timeout called, because we were going to get hit with the delay penalty right there. Timeout on the field, and I believe we're going to keep it here, or will we? Nope, we are going to take the break. 7:51 to go opening quarter, no score, but Bama trying to change it as they're inside the 25 of Florida State when we return to the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's 6:30 and the branch is closed.
Yep.
And you couldn't find your debit card?
Nope.
But you're going to get cash?
Yep. Cadence Bank Live Teller has extended hours, and I can get cash from my account with my driver's license.
My bank can't do that.
Nope.
With over 300 Live Teller locations with extended hours, there's opportunity here. Find a Live Teller near you at cadencebank.com/Live Teller. Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
7:51 remaining in the opening quarter. No score between Alabama and Florida State here in Tallahassee. Coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. That's 10 seconds for a station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Third down and 6 for the Crimson Tide. Let's go to our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Corey Reamer. Corey, what do you hope to see here on third down for Alabama?
This offense has been doing a phenomenal job of getting push up front. Really demoralizing for a defensive line when you're getting pushed back like this. Got a critical 3rd and 6. Hopefully we can convert this, get some points out of here after this phenomenal drive, eating up a ton of clock, really wearing this defense down.
And for Ty Simpson, the most important thing here inside the red zone, no sacks, no turnovers. If you have to eat it, eat it. If you have to throw it away, throw it away. You walk away with points.
The Crimson Tide, 7:51 remaining in this opening quarter play. Already 12 plays, 56 yards, 7:09 the time of possession, but trying to make it pay off with work still to be done. Young leaving an empty backfield, goes wide right at the moment. Now he's going to rejoin Simpson in the backfield. Hurries into his left. Simpson from the pistol with 3 wideouts to the left. Play action, looking left, now scrambles right. He's got room. 20, 15, trying to stretch, and I think he got the first down. He had a defender trying to grab him by the ankles in Jabril Rawls, but I think he stretched far enough to at least make it 4th and inches, if not a first down. Forget that. Let's just give him the first. Brought to you by Bank First, and Bama is inside the 20 with a 1st and 10.
And Rawls was in coverage against Isaiah Horton, and if Horton had just turned around and put his hands on him, Ty Simpson would have walked it in for a touchdown.
Give him the 13-yard line. I said inside the 20. It is, but it's inside the 15. Empty set again as Young will go wide left. Simpson looked at him, now will hesitate, throws right side, catch is made, hit made on Ryan Williams inside the 5. He's close to moving the sticks again. His first catch of the season, covers 11 yards. It will be 1st and goal, Bama inside the 5 of Florida State. Put Bama at the 3. The Tide hurrying to the line of scrimmage. Young in the backfield to the right of Simpson. He'll hand it off. He'll look and get stacked up at the 1. If they give him forward progress, nope, they're going to say at the 2-yard line, so only a yard right there. Deontay McCray making the stop, the defensive end coming in for FSU. Bama will take a little more time now, catch their breath, get everything set for themselves as Josh Cuevas and Danny Lewis will be the 2 tight ends, I believe, for the Crimson Tide. We'll check it again as they break the huddle. Jay Lindsey, excuse me, not Lewis. Bama puts Cuevas and Lindsey to the left side. Young in the backfield. Play clock at 2. Bama gets the snap, hands it off. No. Scrambling. Simpson fires right side. Cuevas caught. Touchdown, Alabama. Beautiful play action. Rolling to his right was Simpson. Found Cuevas, who had a man chasing, but he couldn't catch up, and Bama gets on the board first.
The play action down inside the 2-yard line when the defensive front is just trying to stop that run attack. The play action off of it, slipping the tight end out into the flat. You put the defender in a bind. Does he take the quarterback or does he stay in coverage? He can't be right either way.
The snap from David Byrd, the hold upcoming by Dowd, and the kick up and good by Connor Talty. That is the way to start the ball game as the Crimson Tide able to march down the field 16 plays, 75 yards, 8 minutes, 50 seconds off the game clock. That is your Bromberg's scoring drive recap. And if Tony Giles doesn't mind me paraphrasing, that was Alabama football. 7-0, Crimson Tide on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus lease cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus lease cash on the lease of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
The home of Bear and Saban. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Stay cool with York Ice Company, the official ice supplier of the Crimson Tide. Whether you need ice in bulk on a construction site, in your restaurant or convenience store, or just at home for your next family event or tailgate, be sure to trust the same exceptional service the Tide does with a locally owned company. York Ice has been keeping Alabama cool since 1990 and can help with your needs across the state, all from their convenient location in downtown Tuscaloosa. York Ice Company is a proud supporter of the Crimson Tide. Visit them at yorkicecompany.com for more information.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
6:10 remaining in the first quarter. It's Alabama 7, Florida State nothing. Crimson Tide with a 2-yard touchdown pass. Ty Simpson to Josh Cuevas, and Alabama scores from inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. Download the Chick-fil-A app now to claim your free Chick-fil-A special offer by midnight tonight. Offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A restaurants next week, Monday through Friday. Go down to the field to our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Corey Reamer. All right, Corey, the offense doing its job. Now we get to see for the first time this season this Crimson Tide defense.
Yeah, hopefully we come out there and put a little more pressure on this offense and get them off the field. Don't let them have that sustained drive that this offense for the Crimson Tide just have. That's a heartbreaker right there for a Florida State defense. You're trying to get off the field, convert a 4th down, a couple of 3rd downs, end up allowing a touchdown in the end. Hopefully this Tide defense can get out there and get a stop, get the ball right back to them while we got all the momentum.
Boy, Tyler, unbelievable. And if you could find a way to go 3 and out for the Bama defense right here, it would be absolutely perfect.
Well, you've done a great job of kind of taking the air out of this stadium a little bit. You forced Castellanos and this offense to sit on the sideline and wait over 15 minutes since this game started before they get their hands on the ball.
Talty, who converted his first PAT as the starter, handles the kickoff perfectly. Saw him do that a good bit last year as well, booting it through the back of the end zone, a touchback. So FSU will start off 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line, and Alabama will try to quiet Tommy Castellanos, the senior from Waycross, Georgia. Started his career at UCF, went to Boston College, lost the starting job there, and now has made his way to Tallahassee, where he won the starting nod. Roydell Williams is the lone setback. The transfer from Alabama, a Hueytown native. Castellanos has one wide out left, two to the right. Actually three, and now one will drag left as the handoff goes to Roydell, and he will gain a couple of yards on first down before he is stacked up by the Crimson Tide. James Smith, the defensive tackle from Montgomery's Carver High School, steps in and makes the initial hit. Crimson Tide with four-man front, but they're walking up the linebackers as Castellanos goes play action, throws left. The receiver screen gets busted quickly. Bama able to bring him down at the 30 for only a gain of a couple. Deuce Robinson, Corey, making the grab, and the Tide read it well.
Absolutely. Going ahead and beating that block out on the edge. Don't let him get a chance to get upfield. Shut that play down before it even began.
Third, about 4.5 for the Noles. They've got to get to the 35. Castellanos gets the snap. Looking, plenty of time. Goes across the middle. Pass is caught. No, dropped. At the 35 of Alabama, it was in and out of the hands of the freshman Javon Boggs, I thought he had it. I couldn't tell if we busted it up or not.
Defense number one.
But they're going to call holding on the Alabama defense. It's going to be whistled on Damani Jackson. And so that'll be an automatic first down for the Seminoles, according to our lead official for today's game, Mike Roche.
I think that previous play was just a better breakup of Deshaun Jones as opposed to a drop pass. It was one of those goofy plays that Gus Malzahn likes to do. Everybody's looking over the sideline. All of a sudden, the ball was snapped, trying to catch the Alabama defense off guard, and it did not work.
So 1st and 10 Noles, still at their own 40-yard line, as the penalty will be the second, I believe, on the Crimson Tide. Florida State again working from their 40. They've put a man in motion. They'll fake the handoff to him. Castellanos keeps it himself, gets to the edge, started down the sideline, but finally gets pushed out of bounds by Damani Jackson. Truly a one-on-one play right there, as number one for the Tide was able to knock out of bounds number one for the Noles in Castellanos, but he is able to pick up a first down on the pickup of about a dozen yards. Tough to find, not a big target at 5'11", and that's a generous nod and 200 pounds. They hand it off to the near side and getting to the edge, and before he's brought down, but a flag on the play. It's going to be a hold on FSU as they were able to run to the near side with Jalen Lucas. I think they may get Gavin Sawchuk for the hold.
Holding. Offense number 87. 10-yard penalty, first down.
They said 87, but I believe they meant 27. I will trust Butch over the official any day. Butch saw the hold. Butch Owens, our longtime spotter here on the network, is good in that role as anybody anywhere, as the penalty on Florida State negates what was about a 9-yard pickup, moves them back to their own 42. Castellanos from the pistol formation with two wide outs to the right. Will hand it off up the middle. A gain of about 4 yards for Sawchuk. 2nd and 15 upcoming.
And all Florida State's trying to do is get themselves in a manageable third down situation here, not trying to get it all back at one time. Alabama has to make sure they keep everything underneath and they rally on the ball.
Line of scrimmage, the 47 of the Noles, first down marker at the 38 of Alabama. Two wide outs each side, now an empty set for Castellanos. Quick fire left side and knocked out of bounds right at the original line of scrimmage was Randy Pittman Jr., the tight end. I believe that once again it was Jackson. Nope, Bray Hubbard was there in coverage to knock him out of bounds. It's a gain of 4 and leaves them a 3rd and 10, actually 3rd and 11.
And I think they're thinking 2-down territory here.
Empty backfield for Castellanos. 2 left, 3 wide outs right. And it may be Alabama that wants a timeout. It is. Kalen DeBoer and Kane Womack didn't like what they saw from the defense or the alignment they had. as we've got timeout on the field with 3:34 to go in the opening quarter. Alabama 7-0 lead, trying to end this FSU drive. Again, first quarter action, 3:34 to go. Alabama on top 7-0 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Being a Chevron car these days has been quite the adventure. Miami to Seattle, ocean to ocean. I've stopped at so many states and collected so many bumper stickers. Sometimes I feel like a moving passport book. It's just so great what I can do with Chevron with Techron, because it gives me unbeatable mileage and keeps my engine clean. Plus, there are so many Chevrons along the way. Now the only thing I'm worried about is where to go next and where to put all my new bumper stickers. Chevron with Techron, fueled by possibility.
There's Team Pride, and then there's Extra Tide Pride. When I'm carrying the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Bama gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Roll Tide from the cashier too. Visit regions.com/GoBama to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
3:34 left to go in the first quarter from Tallahassee. It's Alabama 7 and Florida State nothing. Seminoles with the football. It will be 3rd down and 11. The Crimson Tide hoping for a big-time stop, and all those this season presented by Truckworks. The big-time stop by Bama, again, presented by Truckworks. It's the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide. 17 locations all throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, including right here in Tallahassee. So Corey Reamer, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, what are you seeing the last few plays for Alabama, making sure this defense is trying to be on the same page?
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like a little confusion right there with Justin Jefferson and Bray Hubbard. Justin Jefferson wanted Bray to be walked up in the A-gap, give him a look like he's going to bring some pressure up the middle. Could have been bailing out, but they seem to be on different pages. And so far this drive, it looks like all the times they've been able to have success on the offensive side has been plays that have stretched to the outside. We haven't done a good job of coming up and setting the edge and turning that football back into the middle. With the quarterback runs and the sweeps, everything they're doing is trying to get to the outside, up the middle, not having a ton of success so far.
They've got an offensive front with some big veterans, led in the middle by Luke Pettibone, the center, transfer from Wake Forest. He is the grandson of 14-year NFL vet, 3-time Super Bowl winner, Richie Pettibone, the defensive coordinator in the league for a long time. But the Noles with a 3rd and 11 with 5 wideouts, empty set for Castellanos from the gun. Now he'll bring a man to his right. That's Sawchuk. Waiting on the snap, gets it. Looking, firing deep down the near side. He's got a man. It is caught on a beautiful diving grab by Squirrel White at the 9-yard line of Alabama. Able to beat the Bama DBs, Dijon Lee, the freshman from Carson, California, got beat. The Noles hurry the line of scrimmage. From the 9, 1st and 10, Castellanos keeps it himself, trying to get to the edge, gets to the pylon, and he's in for a Florida State touchdown. So they answer back, do the Noles. After the initial scoring drive for Alabama, theirs took only 7 plays to go 75 yards, 3 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock. The big 3rd and 11 conversion, the big play on that drive. It covered 40 yards and set up the 9-yard touchdown run by Castellanos, where they're hoping an extra point will tie the score for them. Jake Weinberg trying to even the score at 7. Good snap and hold. The kick is up. and the kick is good as well. So their fireworks came late in the drive, but they were just as effective. Florida State evening the score at 7 apiece. Corey, I know it was on the opposite side of the field from you, but what could you see that allowed the receiver Squirrel White to get so open on that play?
You just saw a little bit of separation. You saw Dejon Lee, freshman, earning his stripes right here in his very first game. Just gets behind Dejon Lee. Really didn't have it a chance. No help over the top. He was able to, great throw, great play by Squirrel White to go out there and stretch out and get that ball.
That's a fifth-year receiver on a true freshman DB,
right.
even though he had some help coming, but it was late.
And it's a gamble, high risk, high reward type of deal when you go man coverage on 3rd and long, because that exactly same thing can happen. Xavier Mincy was a safety in the middle of the field, didn't have enough time to get over to the top. So that was a huge play there where Alabama had 2 opportunities to really get off the field. Damani Jackson with the hold, and then the long 3rd down conversion on Dejon Young. Now we're all tied up.
Weinberg will kick it off after just tying it up with the extra point. Rico Scott hoping for a chance, but again, he'll watch it sail over his head and into the end zone, and Alabama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. Okay, you don't have all the momentum on your side, but you still have a good feel if you're the Bama offense from what recently happened.
Well, and there was nothing really fancy on that first drive. It was Alabama, as you mentioned, playing Alabama football, being physical up front, running off tackle, using their tight ends in both the passing game and run blocking. And then Ty Simpson using his legs to extend drives. That'll be paramount here. That's something that consistently can carry over from drive to drive.
You got 3 running backs with carries on that initial drive as well, something that will certainly help, you would think, as we go throughout the day. Richard Young is the man in the backfield, as going right is Horton. Handoff goes to Young. He's met in the backfield, but able to fight his way back to the line of scrimmage. That easily could have been about a 2 or 3 yard loss, but good work to fight through the initial hit by Cryer and still get back near the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he's the backside linebacker, and when Richard Young cut it back, there was no one to account for Cryer, the linebacker, and he made the tackle at the line.
Three wideouts left with cloudy skies in Tallahassee. Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium. Ryan Williams goes wide right, leaving 2 men wide left. Play action. Winding up. Simpson looks left side. Catch is made near the boundary. Was he inbounds? Yes. What a grab made by Jeremy Bernard, the Las Vegas native, and a transfer from Washington. Big season last year. Nice start to this one. Pick up there of 29 yards. 1st and 10 Alabama, brought to you by Bank First, operating from FSU territory. Bubble screen, right side Williams. Breaks 1 tackle, then gets roped out of bounds near the 40-yard line. It'll be a gain of about, 5, 6 yards maybe on that play. 2nd and 4 upcoming for the Crimson Tide, right at the 41 of the Noles.
I like how after the big 1st down conversion, they go right to the line of scrimmage, get back on there, put a lot of pressure on that Florida State defense.
2 wideouts left this time for Simpson. Single setback again is Young. He's got the offset tight end and Cuevas to the right. He's also got Isaiah Horton to the right side. He'll hand it off to Young. They'll run it right. He'll cut it back toward the left side and gain a yard, maybe 2 on the play. But it's going to be 3rd down and 2.5, I believe, upcoming for Bama to move the sticks again. 2 down territory, you think?
It depends on what happens here, obviously. It's definitely not a ton of advantage of punting the ball.
2nd down, Bama 2 of 3 on 3rd down conversions is what I meant to say, is now you've got Horton and Bernard wide to the left side. 2 tight ends to the right side of the formation. Left side is Young, the running back. They shift the tight end over, and they'll roll the quarterback. He'll fire left. Catch is made. Great grab, Bernard. First down to the 25. Brought down there, but moved the sticks on another bank first down for the Tide on a 14-yard pickup.
Made Jerry Wilson move absolutely with him there on the sideline as he stopped his momentum, cut the ball back upfield for a nice gain.
First quarter, game clock now under 20 seconds. As Bama's in no hurry, breaking its huddle. 1st and 10, Bama. 3 wideouts right, 2 left. Nobody in the backfield for Simpson. Will he snap it before the quarter ends? He will. Simpson looking across the middle. Catch is made in traffic. A good grab by Isaiah Horton to the 20-yard line. A gain of 5 as quarter number 1 has come to a close. Alabama able to grind its way to the lead score of the game. A big play capping off a 7-play drive for Florida State, or setting up a 9-yard touchdown run that allowed them to even the score. We're tied at 7 apiece here in Tallahassee. Alabama and FSU. First meeting here at Doak Campbell Stadium on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This is what being a NASCAR fan is all about. Singular history and tradition.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
And triple-header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes. Throw in a can't-miss concert, and you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, October 17th through the 19th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Ticketmaster, the official ticketing partner of NASCAR.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
From the first whistle to the final play, being a part of the Crimson Tide calls for commitment and support. Nature Made vitamins are your winning play. From the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, Nature Made is made to care for fans on game day and every day. So you can go all in on big wins, tough losses, and still show up for your team every time. Nature Made, the official vitamin and supplement of Alabama football, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Welcome back to Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee, where the score at the end of the first 15 minutes, Alabama and Florida State all tied at 7. Taking a quick look at the Alabama Power scoreboard, SEC games in progress right now. Georgia just underway early in the second quarter, up 14-0 over Marshall. Also, the Arkansas Razorbacks, 5 minutes into the game, leading Alabama A&M by a 7-0 score. Earlier today, the eyes of the college football world were in Columbus, Ohio, and Ohio State picks up the victory 14-7 over #1 Texas. So again, a 14-7 win for the Buckeyes against the Texas Longhorns. In Atlanta, it was Tennessee 45, Syracuse 26. Mississippi State on the road in Hattiesburg picks up the win 34-17 over Southern Miss. And also earlier today, it was Kentucky picking up a 24-16 win over Toledo. Coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Again, the Crimson Tide and the Seminoles all tied at 7 as we start the second quarter. And back on the call, the voice of the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. We bring in Corey Reamer and Tyler Watts. Corey, we'll start with you down the field. Overall, your assessment of what we saw from Bama in the first 15.
Yeah, it looked like we were moving the ball pretty good. Defense got to get off the field on 3rd and long situations. This Florida State defense is really playing soft coverage against this Alabama wide receiver core. We've been able to make some plays down the field, see if they tighten it up as we get closer to this red zone. But so far, the offensive line is imposing their will on this defensive front from Florida State. We just got to do our job on the defensive side of the ball to get off the field. Really just kills the momentum when you allow for some 3rd and long conversions.
Tyler, we'll get a quick thought from you in just a moment, but play ready to resume on a 2nd down and 4 upcoming for Alabama. The nose of the football resting right on the 20-yard line of FSU. Quarterback Ty Simpson with wideouts to the left side. 2 of them there, 1 to the right. The offset tight end on the right is Cuevas. Single running back to his right. And they'll go play action. They'll fire it back left to Bernard, but it was read beautifully by the FSU defense. They actually had Bernard in the backfield on the play. Bama did, and tried to slip him to the left side, but diagnosed beautifully by FSU there. Quandarius Jones, the Meridian, Mississippi native, making the play, setting up now a 3rd down and 8 for the Crimson Tide. Got to get to the 16 of the Noles to move the sticks. Single set back left. Bama gets the snap. Simpson looking near side. Has a man. Incomplete. Flag was down. I believe movement on the part of FSU before the snap. Waiting on the call. And still waiting on it.
Ball start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Tyler, did you see who it may have been?
I did not.
Corey, what did you see?
Yeah, it looked like they were center was trying to snap the ball and trying to get the guy on the edge from Florida State to be called offsides, and it looks like a little false start from the offense trying to catch them in the neutral zone.
What you got to be careful of here is you got to get positive yards to set yourself up for a field goal opportunity.
Yeah, because now you're 3rd and 13 all the way back at the 29. Empty set for Simpson. Waiting on the snap, gets it. Simpson with time, looking, steps up in the pocket, pressure coming, he's hit, he's down, back at the 35-yard line. So Alabama, after having a 2nd and 4, winds up now with a 4th down and almost 20. And that means that Connor Talty will come on and try a field goal. It'll be his first career field goal attempt, and it will be a 54-yard try from the far hash, from the hold of Blake Dowd, the snap of David Byrd. Snap, spotter good, the kick is up. I don't know if it's going to have enough. It won't. It's short by about 3 yards. It didn't look like he got a lot of leg into that one. And the Seminoles are able to turn away the Tide with a little help from Alabama there, Tyler.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the safety and the false start were the difference in that field goal not being made. Very unfortunate. Went with a little trickery. The play kind of broke down because of penetration by Florida State. Caden Proctor not able to get the block on the edge. That sets you back. False start, sack, long field goal. Now Florida State, this defense has to find a stop.
And the momentum has officially shifted to the home team here in Tallahassee. Let's see if the Bama defense can take that back away for the visitors. Deuce Robinson, Javen Boggs, Squirrel White are the wideouts. 2 to the left, 1 to the right against a 4-man Bama front. That play looked odd from the start, but no flags are down. They dump it off to Sawchuk. He breaks 1 tackle, gets to the near boundary before he's shoved out of bounds around the 37-yard line. It'll be 2nd and about 7 upcoming. Justin Jefferson, I believe, is the man who got a hand on him for the Crimson Tide defensively to get him to the boundary.
Castellano showing his quickness in the backfield as we had him dead to right, just didn't break down, and he was able to break containment.
I think everybody was waiting on a whistle, including myself, but it never came. And so now 2nd and 7 for the Noles. 1 man to his right. They flip it to the receiver coming to the edge. He'll hesitate, and he'll get rocked right at the 40-yard line. Jalen Lucas gets leveled on the play by Keon Sabb. Great to see Sabb back and healthy and able to go. Damani Jackson was there to help on the play.
And Damani is what set Keon Sabb up for the kill shot there as he took the defender out, or the wide receiver out, and forced the ball carrier airborne.
Noles 1 of 1 on 3rd downs. They are facing a 3rd and 5 right here. Castellanos, empty set. 3 wideouts right, 2 left. Now he'll get a little help or company in the backfield anyway with Roydell Williams. Looking to throw, goes across the middle, catch is made, and getting down in a hurry after the grab is the tight end Randy Pittman Jr. He is listed at 6'2", 240. but downfield, a 14-yard grab. Quickly, the Noles go to the line of scrimmage. Handoff to Williams, nowhere to go. He's stacked up for no gain on the right side of the line. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the Bama 46.
Edric Hill, the defensive lineman that made penetration, was able to wrap him up for no gain.
Sawchuk checking in as Williams checks out for the Noles. Alabama again, a 4-man front, but putting 2 linebackers in the middle. Play action, Castellanos hesitates. Now he'll try to run. He'll get down as he gets to the 40 of Alabama. A gain of about 6 on that play, setting up 3rd and 4. He didn't get all of what they needed for a first down, but that was a big 2nd down pickup. Corey, Bama, a big 3rd down here.
Yeah, it's the big one right here. That last play, we just ran by the quarterback. You got to make sure, we talked about it in the pregame, of not getting too far upfield where he could find some seams to really escape that pocket.
So here come the Noles operating for the Bama 40. They've got to get to the 36 to keep the drive alive. Quarterback Keith Castellanos getting near the 35-yard line, and he does indeed have the first down. So 5-yard pickup. London Simmons, the freshman out of Jackson, Mississippi, at nose tackle for Alabama. The Tide working both he and Beeman in place of the injured Tim Keenan. But the Noles able to attack the middle of the Bama defense on a little delay right there, picking up their first down and operating 1st and 10 from the Crimson Tide 35-yard line. Castellanos bringing another man in motion, fakes it to him, keeps it himself, gets down after a gain of about 3 yards to the 37 of the Crimson Tide. Justin Jefferson, the Mike linebacker, applying the hit. I said the 37, excuse me, the 32.
And Florida State pulled the left guard and tackle back towards the right. And these offensive linemen, they're constantly pulling, moving. You never know. That's opposite of where the jet sweep motion is coming from. It's a lot of confusion if your eyes are not focused on your keys.
Roydell Williams in the backfield facing the 4-man front from Alabama. A little misdirection. They go on the reverse near side, getting to the edge inside the 25, 20, still on his feet, inside the 5, into the end zone, touchdown. Makai Danzy, the redshirt freshman from Tallahassee, goes 32 yards, a couple of missed tackles and opportunities for Alabama, and Danzy is able to give FSU the 13-7 lead.
And right now, this Alabama defense, their heads are spinning. They don't know where the ball is going. There's constantly guys moving pre-snap, post-snap. A lot of reverses, a lot of counters. And we're not winning up front, which makes it awfully difficult. We got defensive backs chasing instead of staying at home. Got to get over to the sideline and gain our composure.
Weinberg on to try the extra point, attempting to give the Noles the 14-7 lead. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up and inside the right upright as well. And so Florida State now has a 14-7 advantage. 9:13 remains here in quarter number 2. The Seminoles with their first lead. We're back to Tallahassee in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is back, and you know what that means. Every down, every drive, and every snack counts. That's why Golden Flake is always the go-to, the real MVP when it comes to bold flavor. For over 68 years, Golden Flake has been the South's go-to snack for Saturdays. So if you want a game-winning bite, reach for everyone's favorite snacks. Golden Flake, proud to be the official potato chip of Alabama football.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
When you have the right team behind you, it's easy to play with confidence. The same is true when it comes to your health. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama provides what you need to feel healthier and happier. A choice of plans, a large network of doctors and hospitals, and personal support to help you choose the right plan with confidence. No second guessing, no confusion. Just care that works for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is proud to be on your team and proud to be a sponsor of athletic programs across the state.
You are the co-pilot. You go by many names, and Marathon knows how important you are to your team. You are the carpool driver, the assistant coach, keeper of the shoulder pads, the knee pads, and the helmets. The back of your car looks like a sporting goods store. You are the top dog at the tailgate. The ride there, the ride home, and in between, you are the biggest fan. This season and every season, Marathon is proud to fuel you and your team because we're driven together.
9 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in the second quarter. It's now Florida State 14 and Alabama 7. Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Go down to the field to our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, Corey Reamer, as we're starting to get our first rain of the afternoon. So, Corey, just comment on the field conditions plus what we've seen so far from Gus Malzahn and the Seminoles offense.
Yeah, just a little bit of light rain. Nothing too heavy right now. It doesn't seem to be affecting anything on the field. But we're getting a lot out of what we talked about pregame from this Gus Malzahn offense. A lot of eye candy, like Tyler said, pulling guards, balls going the other way, and we saw a little wrinkle on that last one, going with the reverse after having some pulling guards, giving a lot of the same looks, but just adding a little bit different look than what we've seen with that reverse, able to escape and get outside. Got to stay disciplined, got to stay home, like Tyler said as well. Come up and make that tackle. When you have plays like that, you got to get the guy on the ground and live to fight another play.
Two plays to me, Tyler, set things up for what we saw on the last drive. That was on the first drive for FSU. Castellanos with the 40-yard throw on 3rd and long, followed by a 9-yard touchdown run. He has seemed a far more comfortable QB since then.
He has a clean pocket. We're not able to get pressure into the backfield by just rushing 4 men. That's a problem. And then really soft coverage. I don't think any of these wide receivers from Florida State are a threat to run past us. I would love to see us get in their grill a little more.
Weinberg end-over-end kick that sails into the end zone once more over the head of Rico Scott. So Bama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
Before you kill me, Squirrel White can run past us. The rest of them, I don't believe that they can run past us.
Got to look out for the squirrel. As the Noles will try to stop the Bama offense, which was highly successful on its first drive, chewing up a ton of time on the clock and capping it off with a 16-play, 75-yard drive that took 8:50 off that game clock. But then lost yardage in the deep red zone as Bama on 1st down will fire. Pass incomplete, intended for Cuevas, but Simpson, who was rolling the pocket, had a defender draped on him and had to make the throw. Daniel Lyons in coverage of Simpson, who forced him to throw a pass that was slightly off target.
Yeah, backside defensive end did not bite on the play action. He was right in Ty Simpson's face, but still confusion. You had Jeremy Bernard as well as Josh Cuevas within a yard or two of each other, so the routes were not clean.
2nd down and 10 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Kevin Riley in the backfield right now, as Bama will go with 2 wideouts to the left. Bernard and Williams in tight. Handoff goes to Riley, and he is stacked up after he got a couple on the play, but it'll be 3rd down and 8 upcoming for Alabama right here. James Williams, defensive end, among those that made the hit on the Bama running back. Again, the redshirt freshman from Tuscaloosa County High School in Northport. Bama 2 of 4 on 3rd downs. This is 3rd and long. Simpson dropping back, looking, firing, hit as he throws, and that's going to be incomplete, and that's why it was off the mark, Tyler. He had Ryan Williams coming to the near boundary. He was trying to connect with him late, but a split second before he unloads the ball, he was hit and it sailed on him.
And that's kind of been the difference right now. Florida State has had 3 or 4 seconds to get rid of the football in these type of situations, and Alabama has struggled to hold up in pass pro for that length of time.
So on 4th now and 8, we will see Blake Dowd punt for the first time today. Standing back at his own 12-yard line. Dowd, a low, wobbly kick. Fair catch called for, and this will take a Bama roll inside the 25 and all the way down to the 21-yard line. The 5th-year senior transfer from Colorado School of Mines. He's a Parker, Colorado native, and Dowd gets the job done with a 53-yard boot on his first effort. Timeout on the field, 8:23 to go in quarter number 2 here in Tallahassee. 14-7, Florida State with a lead over Alabama on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is about big plays and big energy, but it's also about the little things. It's about the energy of a community coming together to cheer for our heroes on the field, the tireless work that goes into every game from the front gate to the 50-yard line, and making memories that last a lifetime. Alabama Power knows that dedication makes all the difference. That's why we're here to keep you moving with reliable power and the programs that help you save. Now that's big. Alabama Power, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
When you have the right team behind you, it's easy to play with confidence. The same is true when it comes to your health. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama provides what you need to feel healthier and happier. A choice of plans, a large network of doctors and hospitals, and personal support to help you choose the right plan with confidence. No second guessing, no confusion. Just care that works for you and your family. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is proud to be on your team and proud to be a sponsor of athletic programs across the state.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends September 1st. See store or kohls.com for details.
8:23 remaining in the second quarter from Tallahassee, Florida State, 14, Alabama 7. Across the conference, presented by Homewood Suites. So far, only one school in the Southeastern Conference has lost a game here during week 1. Happens to be the number 1 ranked team in the country, the Texas Longhorns. They fell earlier to number 3 ranked Ohio State. 14-7 was the final score as Arch Manning was 17 of 30 passing for 170 yards, 1 interception, and 1 touchdown on the day. Former Alabama quarterback Julian Sand for Ohio State, he was 13 of 20 for 126 yards and 1 touchdown. Let's go down to our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter Corey Reamer taking a look at the Alabama sideline. As Corey, there's some medical attention right now on Alabama wide receiver Isaiah Horton.
Yeah, Isaiah Horton's over here trying to work something out. Looks like it's a lower body injury. Walking back and forth on the sideline with a trainer, getting some high knees in, trying to loosen something up. Not sure exactly what's going on, but he is definitely in a little bit of pain, not feeling very comfortable enough to be able to go out there and play.
Crimson Tide, not where they want to be, Tyler White, but the defense expected to be a major strength for this team. Needs to show it right here.
Well, and they've had 2 opportunities to get over the sideline and draw up something different, or at least discuss what we're doing incorrectly against this Florida State rushing attack. There's nothing fancy that they're doing. It's option football. They're moving the ball around with a lot of misdirection. You gotta stay at home. Play, do your job.
Usmain Chroma in the backfield for FSU to the left side of Castellanos. They bring a man in motion, fake it to him, hand it off. No, they'll throw a quick pass near side. Breaking a tackle, Deuce Robinson gets a first down and more across the 35 to about the 36-yard line. A gain of sight for FSU there in Robinson.
And that's the mismatch that Florida State wants to create. Bray Hubbard versus a wide receiver. That's not a winning combination for Alabama.
Chroma still in the backfield to the left of Castellanos. He's got 2 wideouts left, facing a 4-man front. Stand-up pressure from the edge for Alabama. Handoff to Chroma, and he is cut down after a gain of a half yard at the most. Got in there. It looked...
Yanze Pierre,
yeah, I think you're right.
Rusal also in on the tackle.
Both listed as Wolf linebackers for the Crimson Tide, but Rusal and Pierre both there on the play for the Tide, as White and Boggs are both wide right for FSU. Chrome in the backfield to the right side of Castellanos. Handoff to Croma, breaks one tackle, fights forward across the 45, still on his feet, finally brought down at midfield. Justin Jefferson literally was hanging on for dear life before Pierre got there to help him get the runner to the turf, but not until he picks up 14 yards. And the big fella, Deucemayne Croma, at 6'1", 220. Look bigger than that. The freshman picking up good yardage and getting the ball right to the midfield stripe for the Noles. Pistol formation again. Similar play. Different result initially, and in fact it will be a bit different. Down after a gain of a couple. Still another missed tackle. Xavier Brown got him to the turf, but Alabama at first contact not able to win the battle and get him to the deck.
Yeah, we're not bringing our feet right now, tackling. We're making contact with the arms, but then stopping our feet. And these big, strong running backs for Florida State are able to run through those tackles.
So 2nd down and 7 upcoming. James Smith leaving the game for Alabama. Roydale Williams is in the game for FSU in the backfield. 2 wide outs each side. Now a set for Castellanos. He'll tuck it and run, and he's got room, breaks one tackle, spins away from another man, and finally is tripped up inside the Bama 35 to the 32-yard line. Keon Sapp kept that from being even a larger gain, but for the quarterback.
And Deontay Pierre is spying Castellanos, but he had an offensive lineman get up on him, and he could not shed the blocker in order to make the tackle. But once again, getting too far upfield.
Castellanos again from the pistol with Williams in the backfield. Bring a man in motion, fake it to him, hand it off to Roydell, and he will get stacked up shy of the 32-yard line, a gain of a yard perhaps. Jordan Renaud making the stop, the sophomore out of Sarasota, Florida. Played at Tyler Legacy High School in Texas.
This defense has not put 2 consecutive plays together this game. They need to do it here.
2nd and 7 upcoming, maybe 2nd and 8. 3 wide outs left side of the formation. Castellanos looking, pressure coming from the edge. Now he hesitates, runs to his right, and gets leveled. Knocked out of bounds right around the 27-yard line by Yanze Pierre. And that will set up a 3rd down and about 4 for the Seminoles.
Great coverage, though, for Alabama. A little bit of pressure. We had pressure in the backfield. I think it was Jordan Renaud that was able to beat the offensive tackle to the backfield, but his feet came out from under him, and he could not pursue Castellanos.
Noles 3 of 3 on 3rd down conversions. Possibly 2-down territory right here, depending on what happens on this play. Castellanos sitting in the pocket, fires across the middle, catch is made, no, incomplete, a one-hopper to Deuce Robinson. And it'll be 4th down and 3.5, maybe 4 upcoming for the Noles. It looks like they're going to bring on their place kicker, Jake Weinberg. Last year, 1 for 1 in high school, made a 57-yarder. So he's got great range, but this will be a 45-yard kick from that far hash mark. Trying to add to a 14-7 lead with 3:50 remaining here in quarter number 2 at Doak Campbell Stadium. Mac Chiamento is the holder. Waiting on the snap from Mason Arnold. And a whistle before that snap. And I think Florida State called timeout. They did.
I think the play clock was going down.
Before the snap and delay game foul, Florida State takes its first timeout of the half.
So they'll use the timeout. We'll take the break as well. Still 3:50 to go in quarter number 2. Florida State trying to add to a 14-7 lead when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Tide pride. When I'm carrying the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Bama gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Roll Tide from the cashier too. Visit regions.com/GoBama to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You can find all Crimson Tide Sports Network video content online on the CTSN YouTube page. It's the home of the live booth and courtside cams, episodes of Crimson Drive driven by NASCAR, plus replays of Crimson Tide Rewind. Our YouTube shorts will deliver thrilling Alabama radio highlights, plus interview clips from Alabama student athletes, coaches, and media members that you can't miss. Subscribe to the Crimson Tide Sports Network on YouTube for the very latest on the Crimson Tide.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining before halftime. It's Florida State 14 and Alabama 7. Listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk shows on SiriusXM College Sports Radio. That's Channel 84, also streaming on the SiriusXM app. Go down to the field, our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Corey Reamer, as we saw Alabama get the stop just a moment ago on third down. Now the Seminoles lining up for a field goal, and we talk about special teams all the time. You've been part of many field goal attempts at trying to get a block. What do you hope to see for the Crimson Tide here trying to stop this Florida State field goal?
Yeah, absolutely. You got a down and distance that makes you got to be careful of being too aggressive trying to get this block. There, with Gus Malzahn on that sideline, you never know what you're going to see. But this wind is swirling down here, a lot of different directions. Try to get some pressure up the middle, get your hands up, especially with this distance.
Weinberg on to try again, a 45-yarder from that far hash. Taking back to his left, a right-footed kicker for the Noles. Only his second career collegiate attempt. Waiting on the snap from Arnold. And the hold. Kick is up, plenty of leg, and it is good. Alabama missed one from 54, and the Noles convert from 45. And we've got a 17-7 lead now for Florida State with 3:44 remaining here in the second quarter of play. Right now, while we've got a moment, why don't we pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Tyler Watts would have preferred to get off the field with no points, but stopped the drive and at least paused the momentum. Anyway.
Yeah, we had to have a little help with a third down incomplete pass by Florida State that was absolutely dropped by the wide receiver, but we'll take it any way we can get it right now. Very important, though, for this Alabama offense to come out, get points on the board on this possession, and eat up every second of clock and take this thing into halftime.
Corey, atmosphere right now on that Bama sideline.
Yeah, they're just trying to figure out what they're doing wrong. The biggest thing is we're in position to make a lot of plays. Unfortunately, we're just slipping off tackles and not bringing the guy to the ground, and they're able to continue to extend drives by just us not getting guys on the ground when we have opportunities.
Rico Scott set to take the fourth kickoff from Weinberg, hoping for a chance to return one, but he won't get it here as, again, that one sails through the back of the end zone. Best kick by far from Weinberg, although the previous three sailed into the end zone. That one went all the way through the back of it, and so Bama will have it 1st and 10 once more from their own 25-yard line with Ty Simpson, who engineered a beautiful drive to start the game, trying to get some momentum back. It has not been very easy sledding. Certainly not on the last drive. The previous one stopped initially in the red zone and backed up all the way to the 35.
Well, you got to win first down. That's the most important down for Alabama every series.
Richard Young in the backfield, as operating under center will be Simpson. He'll go with a stretch handoff. Young cuts it to his left and gets across the 30. And right down there is where they'll spot him. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Upcoming more of what we saw in that initial drive of the game, at least success-wise.
So you absolutely do not have to be in a rush here. You have plenty of weapons. You can push the ball down the field when you need to, although Florida State's kind of taking that away right now.
Handing it off to Young again to the left side. Fights forward for about 2. It'll be 3rd and 3 upcoming. Back-to-back runs to the left side. Omar Graham Jr., the Jack linebacker, making the hit for the Noles, setting up another 3rd down for Alabama. The Tide 3 of 6 on 3rd down conversions thus far. Big right here. Obviously, you want to keep the drive going and get points, but you also don't want to give it back to an FSU offense that has scored on their last 3 possessions.
You got man coverage. So you're going to get some pick plays on the outside.
3 wideouts right for Alabama, 1 man left. Play action, Simpson looking, quick pass across the middle, catch made Williams. Ryan's got the first down, and he will get to the 40. A bank first down, first time in this quarter that I've made that statement for Alabama after an 8-yard gain.
And all the pre-snap movement that Richard Young is doing tips Ty Simpson to let him know what the defense is going to do from a coverage standpoint. He takes advantage of it with a quick slant.
Another shotgun snap to Simpson, looking downfield, fires to his safety valve, and slipping and falling before he was about to turn it upfield was Young. He got 8 yards. He was going to get at least a dozen, maybe more, if he doesn't slip on that turf.
Yeah, and I don't know what the deal is right now.
Timeout called. Actually, that's the 2-minute warning. That's right. We get one of those. Forgot here in college football. So the 2-minute warning. And we'll take the break as well. Alabama trailing 17-7 with 2 minutes exactly remaining before halftime on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 minutes until halftime. Right now the score, Florida State 17 and Alabama 7. Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue, now with 16 locations. There's always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. Make sure you stay with us coming up for the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. Tyler Watts, this Crimson Tide offense starting to get back to the rhythm we saw maybe to start the ball game.
Yeah, they are. They're doing a good job keeping Florida State off balance, but it always comes down to first down. Picking up 4 or 5 yards is what initially has led to a successful drive versus getting stuffed at the line of scrimmage and being forced into 2nd and long. So now as the rain really starts to come down, the wind is going to pick up a little bit. Ball security, we talked about that focus and concentration pregame that you've got to have in these type of conditions. That's going to be the difference in a successful drive, putting points on the board or not.
Starting to blow into the booth here high atop Doak Campbell Stadium. At least on our side. Roger Hoover giggling over there, but he is... This game is almost a mystery to him because he doesn't have windshield wipers on his side of the glass. And we're just going to hope for the best from an electronic standpoint as Alabama will operate on 2nd down and 4 with now heavy rain falling at Doak Campbell Stadium. Crimson Tide trailing by a score of 17-7. And we're trying to keep the electronics covered at the moment. Andrew Hoover sacrificing his jacket. The other problem is difficulty in seeing the clock in the scoreboard. We know there's 2 minutes to go as Bama now will break the huddle, trailing 17-7 here in Tallahassee. Simpson, the quarterback, single setback behind him, I believe is Young. He'll fire it near side, sliding. Did he make the grab? Yes. Jeremy Bernard making the grab. Or are they going to come back and overrule it? They are. The official on the near side
incomplete pass.
Didn't have the best angle. They'll call it an incomplete pass, which will make it now 3rd down and 4. That would have been enough to move the sticks and put us in FSU territory, but he lost his footing on this new turf, which is now even more difficult to stand on with the rain falling very heavily. Bama just 4 of 7 on 3rd downs thus far. You can hear the rain hitting a lot of the microphones here at Doak Campbell as Bama has a man in motion to the near side of the field. Simpson keeping it himself, trying to get to the 1st down mark and gets leveled. He will be short by a couple of yards. And I would imagine Kalen DeBoer is going to punt this one away with 1:44 to go.
He is. Florida State calls timeout, trying to preserve clock. You had the right coverage to run the quarterback draw. You had man coverage, which is what you wanted. Florida State ran a little twist inside a little game that took away the inside run where Ty Simpson wanted to go with the ball. And it was forced to bounce it to the outside. We missed a block with the tight end out on the perimeter. You needed points right there. Now you're forced to punt it away.
And again, the pressure on the 5th-year senior, but only his 2nd game in Division I football. Blake Dowd on to punt. FSU does not have a man deep. He's only back at his own 35, which is about 20 yards from the line of scrimmage. Dowd, the rugby-style kick there, able to boot it away, and it's a beauty. It's going to hit inside the 5. Bama kicks it, and it stays inside. Did it go in the end zone? What are they going to call? Both officials there, it's a touchback. Yeah. Dadgummit.
6 inches.
We had everybody there, but they couldn't get the football secured. That is a tough break for Dowd and the Tide as another 53-yarder, but if it's 52 and a half, they're going to be pinned with all of this, with the elements, an issue for FSU. Boy, that could have been big for a lot of reasons. Instead, the Noles, with 1:36 to go, will have it out at their own 20-yard line. So Roydell Williams in the backfield to the left of Castellanos. Let's see if they go conservative. Up 10. They'll put a man in motion, the same look. Castellanos keeping it himself. He'll slide down across the 25 to about the, actually they'll spot him there, right at the 25-yard line. 2nd and 5 upcoming for the Seminoles. Clock running. Under a minute. Actually, it stops at 1:26 for them to get things set. Jalen Lucas is in the backfield right now.
To a 10-second runoff. Florida State has declined that runoff. It'll be 2nd down.
Difficult to hear and understand. what took place from the officials there, but a minute 26 is on the clock for the Noles, as they've got the single set back to the right of Castellanos. He'll go on the draw to Lucas, and he'll work his way forward for a gain of a couple. And the clock will continue to move under a minute 15 remaining here before halftime. Noles on top, 17-7. And third and a couple upcoming for Alabama. Tide has not forced FSU to punt in this first half. Bama chewed up 8.5 minutes on its initial drive and then missed a field goal. FSU has scored 2 touchdowns and kicked a field goal themselves. Third and a couple for FSU. They'll hand it off on the sweep near side. Running room on the sweep to Lucas, and he'll get the first down and make his way.
It's like Corey said,
to the FSU 40.
We're letting them stretch the offensive line, which creates holes up the middle as well as on the perimeter, but we're not bringing our feet.
My apologies. I was looking at the wrong stick. I got the back end rather than the front end stick, so the 32-yard line is where they'll spot it. 36 seconds remaining here in the first half. Noles will put it in the belly of the running back Lucas, and he'll try to get to the edge and get shoved out of bounds with 30 seconds to go. Again, it has been a blowing rain. We don't have an overhang here in the press box area of Doak Campbell Stadium, so with our window open, rain has been blowing inside and can affect a lot of the electronics. Tom Stipe's got the best gadgets in the business when they're dry. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us, and hopefully the news will get better. Roydale Williams waiting in the backfield as the snap is low, and it goes right to Williams, who picks it up. Near disaster for FSU, but Williams, a heads-up play. That was not intended to be a direct snap, but I don't think it ever touched Castellanos. Jeremiah Beeman was there to make the hit on Williams, but they're going to be content to let the final 10 seconds tick away. And in this first half, and it will not be a final 22 minutes that we were thrilled with. Corey Reamer down on the field waiting on Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer to make his way to him. And Corey with a quick word with the Alabama coach.
Coach, what do you think about that first half? Tough conditions, able to move the drive at the very opening of the game, had put some points on the board. What are your thoughts so far?
I mean, the conditions were just on the last drive for us there, catching the ball. But, I mean, we're a little hesitant on defense right now. You know, they got a lot of moving pieces. The quarterback's doing a good job keeping plays alive. We knew that would be the case. Got to trust what you see, trust what we prepared for. You know, there are a couple wrinkles, and that's what sets you, you know, keeps you from thinking completely confident, but we're good. We got to get in there. We got to get a chance to get back out on the field as a defense, go get a stop. Offense got to continue to put plays together.
Appreciate it, Coach. Have a good one.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Coach. Coach DeBoer at the half, presented by T-Mobile, now the best network in America, according to Okia Speed Test. Go to T-Mobile.com/network to see how. 17-7, Florida State leading Alabama at the half. Roger Hoover takes you through our halftime show here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Yakinick sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows. That's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
This is what being a NASCAR fan is all about. Singular history and tradition.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
And triple-header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes. Throw in a can't-miss concert, and you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, October 17th through the 19th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Ticketmaster, the official ticketing partner of NASCAR.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Tide pride. When I'm carrying the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Bama gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Roll Tide from the cashier too. Visit regions.com/GoBama to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Coca-Cola. Fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Allstate, you're in good hands. Bud Light, proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And by Ford, proud partner of the Crimson Tide. The Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report starts now.
Halftime in Tallahassee, our score at the break, Florida State 17 and Alabama 7. Welcome to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. I'm Roger Hoover. The game stats and facts are brought to you by Cadence Bank. Cadence Bank is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Cadence, there's opportunity here. Again, the score, Florida State 17 and Alabama 7. Taking a look at the scoring plays in the first half, it was the Crimson Tide going out in front first by a 7-0 score with 6:10 remaining in the first quarter. Ty Simpson with a touchdown pass, a 2-yard touchdown pass to Josh Cuevas. After that, we saw the first quarter close with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Tommy Castellanos with a 9-yard touchdown rush for Florida State tied the score at 7, and then it was Mekhi Danzy who put the Seminoles in front 14-7 with 9:13 left to go in the second quarter on a 32-yard rushing touchdown. With 3:44 remaining before halftime, Jake Weinberg added a 45-yard field goal for Florida State. So with that, the Seminoles go up 17-7, and that is our score at halftime. Taking a look at the numbers for the Crimson Tide, Ty Simpson, the quarterback, 10 of 14, passing for 87 yards and 1 touchdown. Top rusher for the Crimson Tide, Richard Young, 9 carries for 26 yards. And then the top receiver to this point, both in catches and yards, Jeremy Bernard for Alabama, 4 catches for 49 yards. Longest catch was for 29 yards for Jeremy Bernard. Again, the score at halftime, Florida State 17 and Alabama 7. The Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on the first drive of the second half, Jack Hughes from Northport, Alabama, will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the RolledTide.com contest page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Crimson Tide trailing by 10 at halftime. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to great Southern barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Up next, we'll check scores from around the country and the SEC with Jet Ainsworth at our studios giving you the Alabama Power scoreboard update. Once again, the score at halftime at Doak Campbell Stadium. Florida State 17, Alabama 7. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Dad, are you going to make s'mores or not?
Air mattress inflated, tablet charged. Yes, ready.
I thought the point of camping was to get away from it all.
I've been really responsible with my savings. Have to spoil myself un poquito.
Mother Nature. Meet my dad, the Glamping King.
Glamp your way to financial growth with a checking or savings account from Cadence Bank. There's opportunity here. Find a branch near you at cadencebank.com. Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Alabama football all season long. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Did you know that your largest organ is your skin? The Wound Care Center at DCH is an outpatient clinic focused on modern treatments for chronic wounds and non-healing sores. Our team is staffed with dedicated physicians, nurses, and therapists who specialize in treating chronic wounds and identifying their complex causes, circumstances, and challenges. When you need more than a Band-Aid, there's the DCH Wound Care Center. Learn more about our services at dchsystem.com/wound care.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDominoes.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
We're at the half. I'm Jed Ainsworth. This is your Alabama Power Scoreboard update with the latest scores from the SEC and around the nation. When you cheer, we cheer. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Some games in progress around the league. 5th-ranked Georgia, they are at the half right now in Athens. They lead Marshall 24-0. Arkansas has an early lead as well. Midway through the second quarter, they are playing host to Alabama A&M. Razorbacks leading that one 17-7. Alabama's halftime highlights are presented by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Do dip with Hellman's and do no wrong. Not much happening in that first half, but how about that opening drive by the Tide? 16 plays, under 9 minutes. 12 rushing plays out of those 16, all capped off by this Ty Simpson touchdown pass.
Jay Lindsey, excuse me, not Lewis. Bama puts Cuevas and Lindsey to the left side. Young in the backfield. Play clock at 2. Bama gets the snap, hands it off. No. Scrambling. Simpson fires right side. Cuevas caught. Touchdown, Alabama.
That would be the first score of the game, and it would be the only score of the half for the Tide, trailing 17-7 here at the half. On the other side of this break, we'll take a look at all the other action around the top 25. It has been an interesting one, to say the least. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Barkley makes it easy.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
Like a bold cigar on the third Saturday in October, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Huddle up, football fans. Tailgate season is here, and nobody gets you ready for the game like Academy Sports and Outdoors. Swing by your local Academy store or shop online at academy.com to find everything you need, from grills to jerseys and more. Don't forget to stop by our newest store in Birmingham on Highway 280. Fun can't lose, and neither can you. Gear up today at Academy Sports and Outdoors, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
This is your Alabama Power Scoreboard update with the latest scores from around the SEC and around the nation. When you cheer, we cheer. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. A lot of action around the top 25 here in week one. We'll start with number 20, Indiana. They are at home, playing host to Old Dominion, coming off their first college football playoff appearance last year.
Jonathan Brady is back deep for Indiana. Here's the punt on its way. It's a short kick. And bounces down. Now it's taking a great Old Dominion roll. And here comes Brady. He catches the ball on the bounce. He's at the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. He's got a caravan. 40-yard line. Down to the 30. Down to the 20. The 10. 5. Touchdown! Jonathan Brady runs it 90 yards on the return after a bouncing ball came right up into his hands. He cut to the outside and takes it all the way.
Don Fisher with the call on the IU Sports Network from Learfield. Indiana leading in the fourth quarter over Old Dominion, 27-7. How about Iowa State closing out the half against South Dakota with a school record field goal, 63 yards.
62 is actually the record for Iowa State by Dave Lawson in 1975.
Okay, that's stadium
That's
record.
against Air Force. That was for Air Force. Here we go. Conradi, the long field goal try, end over end. It's good. Kyle Conradi hit a school record 63-yard field goal. Unbelievable. And Iowa State leads at 27-7 at the half.
John Walters with the call from Learfield. And that is the halftime score, 27-7, Iowa State leading South Dakota. Next up, the second half kickoff with Chris Stewart, Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, and Corey Reamer. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the National Sales Event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Welcome to Evan Williams Bourbon Nation, home of game day spirit, where the rivalries run deep and the bourbon runs deeper. As game day's #1 pour, Evan Williams is your go-to for every toast, tailgate, and touchdown this season. Whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing it up with your favorite cocktail, Evan Williams Bourbon is with you from every play to every pour. Find your bottle at evanwilliams.com and let's make every game count. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cadence Bank. Cadence Bank is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Barkley GMC. Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Do dip with Hellman's and do no wrong. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places. Now with the call of the second half, here's the voice of the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
Getting ready for the second half in Tallahassee. Florida State 17 and Alabama 7. Welcome you back inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth, proudly serving Alabama communities for over 67 years. Let's take a look at the prescription for success in the second half. Tyler Watts, so what do we need to see different here coming up in half number 2?
Well, the biggest thing is, especially on the defensive side, is just bringing your legs with you when you tackle. Drive the guy all the way to the ground. Right now we're just kind of lunging and wrapping up with our arms, and they're running right through us. But you heard Coach DeBoer talk about it at halftime. Everything is right there. We just got to be more aggressive. I just don't want to see us over-pursuing, especially in the secondary, and just keep everything in front. This has been an extremely frustrating half. They're just running the same 4 or 5 plays over and over. They're hitting us hard on the outside and then coming back with both the quarterback and the running back in the running game between the tackles.
We chewed up a lot of time offensively by design on the first drive of the ball game. FSU went with Tippo. It seemed like we never got the momentum back offensively, the rhythm back for the Tide. What do you expect to see on that side of the ball here in the third quarter once Bama does get possession?
Well, offensively, I thought that we've looked halfway decent, especially when we're productive on first down running the football. Ty's got to get the ball up a little bit on some of those longer perimeter throws. He's thrown a couple of them low, forcing his receivers to come back to the ball, and they've fallen incomplete, which has put us behind the chains. This Alabama offense right now does not need to be in third and long situations. We're not holding up good enough up front against a 4 or 5 man twists, and we're not getting open, creating that separation on our routes.
Corey Reamer, I've got to think one of the biggest things is simply poise right here. A lot of football left, a lot of time left. You can't afford to give up more points to start this third quarter, and I'm not sure if you can hear me yet or not, Corey, but
I got you.
We can't have a sense of panic, but you definitely have to have a sense of urgency.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't let what happened in the first half really affect you in the second half. You know what you're down 17-7. You got an opportunity to come out here and really change the momentum for this defense. Florida State receiving this kickoff, go out there and get a 3 and out and set the tone early.
Crimson Tide to kick it off, as Talty will handle that duty, and Sam Singleton will be one of the 2 deep men for FSU. Hopefully Talty's kick will be as his other kickoff was in the first half, simply sail into the end zone. This kick will carry 2 yards deep, and that's where it's going to be brought out at the 5, at the 10, and brought down at the 15-yard line. A mistake by Singleton. Some hesitation on his part, Tyler, and maybe that is the break for Alabama here, as the Noles will have it 1st and 10, but instead of at the 25-yard line, they will start their drive right at their own 15.
Well, you and Corey discussed it earlier, is composure and also focus and attention to detail. This defense has an opportunity right here to set the tone for the remainder of this game.
Big thank you to Butch Owens and Tom Stipe, who did yeoman's duty during halftime to get our booth workable again. The rain appears to have stopped on the field, and thankfully in the booth as well, as they saved the electronics, the charts, and we're good to go, and hopefully the Tide is as well. Castellanos will hand it off, and the freshman running back gets across the 20 to about the 22-yard line. That is Chroma. Deuce-Main Chroma stopped by Deontay Lawson, but not until he picks up about 7 yards on first down.
Way too much push, and we're not able to get our backers to scrape across and plug those holes up.
Running right at the area normally occupied by Tim Keenan III on that defensive front. Bama puts 7 or 8 men there at the line of scrimmage. The handoff again goes to Usma, and he will pick up, or Chroma, I should say, and he picks up enough for the first down. Damani Jackson, the corner, came up and made the stop, and that really concerns you because we had numbers there. We just didn't get the job done.
We played man across the board pretty much and put everybody at the line of scrimmage, and they were still able to get a push up front.
So 2 plays gets them to the 27. It'll be 1st and 10 from right there. Alabama with only 9 first downs in the first half, and I believe 6 of those came on the initial drive of the game, maybe 7. Roydale Williams now the running back to the right side of Castellanos, who will now go on a hesitation and tries to fight forward. He gets a couple, but it'll be 2nd and 8. Quay Rusaw, the Wolf linebacker, was there to make the hit.
Second down has been a little bit of a struggle when we do halfway decent on first down, and I would consider a 2-yard gain a win for the defense.
Rusaw checks out of the game.
Tighten up. This is where they continue to go to the perimeter.
Hubbard at a deep safety for Alabama, back around the 42-yard line. Snap going to Castellanos. Bama showing pressure. He will roll to his right. He will fire, and it is incomplete. He was trying to hit man in as the tight end Pittman, he was kind of on a delay there, but he never could get to him because L.T. Overton and Jeremiah Beeman were tracking him down.
And first time we brought pressure, but we stayed in our rush lanes.
Big third down here with Bama trailing 17-7 early into this third quarter. 13:09 the time on the clock, which is stopped momentarily here in quarter number 3. Bama trying to stop this first drive of the second half for the Seminoles and get the ball, as Florida State with Castellanos has the play clock down to 3. Slow getting it started. We got movement across the front. That'll back them up 5 yards more. Micah Pettis, the right tackle, moving there, Tyler, and it's the first time we've seen panic from FSU.
They went with a false snap to try to get us to show what we were going to do defensively, and ran out of time. And as you mentioned, those tackles start seeing that play clock go down. They get a little antsy and start getting back in that stance.
2 penalties, 15 yards for FSU, 3 for 20 for Alabama thus far. They've got 3rd and 13 now. Do the Noles back at their own 24-yard line. Castellanos with the freshman running back, Chroma, to his left. Pistol formation. Castellanos will swing it out to the near side. Chroma cuts it back, gets spun around and down at the 31-yard line. Florida State will have to punt for the first time today. James Smith, the defensive tackle, able to get out there and make the initial stop for the Crimson Tide.
It's a great win for this Alabama defense. Gave up the initial first down, but then buckled up, played well on second down, forcing the throw away, the false start, keeping everything underneath on third down and long. And now Alabama will have an opportunity to make this a one-possession game again.
Jalen Mbakwe is the deep man for the Tide, standing back at his 25-yard line. On to punt for the Noles. Max Shimento, a beautiful high spiraling kick, and getting away from it wisely was Mbakwe, as it will take a Bama bounce up to the 29-yard line, I believe. Timeout on the field with 12:19 to go in the third quarter. The Bama defense forces the first FSU punt of the day. We're back to see the Bama offense for the first time in half number 2 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Baumhauer's Victory Grill has always been proud to serve fresh-only ingredients in their recipes. Some of the key ingredients to these recipes are legendary sauces. Baumhauer's is excited to announce that these famous sauces are now available in grocery stores throughout Alabama. So, the next time you shop in your favorite grocery store, ask for Baumhauer's legendary sauces. If they do not carry them, just ask the manager to request them in their store. Baumhauer's is saucing up Alabama with their legendary sauces now in grocery stores.
Hey Crimson Tide, when you bring Hellman's creamy buffalo chicken dip to the watch party, you can be a couch coach, cheer too loud, or worse, bring a friend who knows nothing about football.
How do they get the yellow line to move on the field?
Because when you do dip with Hellman's, you can do no wrong. That's a Hail Mayo. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. Bring out the best.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Alabama football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Let's go Crimson Tide. SeatGeek.
Florida State leads Alabama 17-7 in Tallahassee with still 12:19 to go in the third quarter. Big shout out to Big Mike Steakhouse for taking care of our broadcast crew all season long. A big thank you to Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, Casey, and the whole staff for their great food and, of course, the warm Southern hospitality. With restaurants now in Thomasville, Andalusia, Lee County, Gunnersville, Orange Beach, Bay Minette, Moundville, and coming soon to Gadsden and Millbrook, you're always close to a Big Mike Steakhouse. Visit online at BigMikeSteakhouse.com. Tyler Watts, what do you want to see from the Alabama offense to start this third quarter?
You're definitely not in panic mode. You continue to run what has been working effectively on several different drives, but you got to put it together and stay consistent. Stay ahead of the chains. You got to find a way to move the ball here, take a little pressure off that defense, put points on the board.
Things were clicking on the first drive, but on the second one as well, till we ran into a couple of penalties and a nice play defensively on the part of FSU to bust up what could have been a big gainer inside the red zone.
Yeah, and right now also I want to see us keep our feet up underneath us. A couple of times we've had the ball in open field and our feet have just absolutely come out from under us that have prevented a bigger gain.
Have not occupied the Chick-fil-A red zone at the level we would like for the Crimson Tide in this ball game, that is for sure. Daniel Hill is in the backfield right behind Simpson, who goes play action, looking deep downfield, unloads it. He's got a man down there, but it's going to be incomplete. He also had a DB in the area. He was trying to connect with Rico Scott, but boy, the safety for FSU appeared to be in closer range than the Bama wideout.
Yeah, the Florida State secondary did not bite on the play action, and they were sitting back in covers. That was more of a predetermined forced throw by Ty Simpson. I would have loved to have seen him just pull that down and run it for a couple of yards.
Does that stretch the field perhaps at all, though?
I guess we'll sitting back on their heels so much. I don't know that that's necessarily an issue moving forward. We just got to stay ahead of the chains.
2nd and 10, Alabama. As once again, Hill is in the backfield. Pistol formation for Simpson. Play clock at 2 as he'll go play action again. Looking downfield, has a man, catch is made. Bernard keeps his feet. 45 of FSU, hurdles to the 40-yard line. 1st and 10, Alabama. A bank first down for the Crimson Tide after a gain of 31.
And that's what I'm talking about is able to keep your feet under you after you're able to get in open space. Jeremy Bernard is able to do that, turn up field, pick up an extra 10 or 15 yards. The plays are there. We need the protection up front. Stay ahead of the chains.
From the 41 of FSU, 1st and 10, Alabama. The Tide trailing 17-7. 11:43 and ticking. Time left, quarter number 2 here in Tallahassee. Single setback is Hill behind Simpson, operating under center. Fakes the handoff, rolls to his right. Looking to his right, dumps it off. Tight end Cuevas slips after making the catch at about the 39 of the Noles. A gain of a couple right there.
And that's the difference between a ball being placed on the backside hip and out front. Cuevas, it's put on his back hip. He feels that he needs to pivot and go back inside the defender as opposed to catching it out front and using his speed to pick up 4 or 5 more yards.
2nd and 8, Alabama from the 39 of the Noles. Hill leaving an empty set as he goes wide left, joining Cuevas. And another Bama wide out there. Looking to his right, Simpson dumps it off. Catch is made, and what a grab in traffic by Ryan Williams. He got absolutely leveled as he made the grab. I think it was Jabril Rawls that wrapped him up, but a gain of a couple for Alabama. Big 3rd and 5.5 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Alabama 4 of 8 on 3rd down so far in the game. Got to get to the 31 of the Noles. They're operating from right at the 36. Simpson. Shotgun, rolling right, looking, firing, incomplete. He was trying to connect with Bernard around the 20-yard line, but it was beyond his reach. And this is an in-between spot where I think Kalen DeBoer is going to have to go for it.
No, you got to go for it here. Your number of possessions are limited, especially the way your defense has played in the first half. You got to go for it here. Just a 4-man rush by Florida State, yet they're able to get into the backfield and disrupt Ty Simpson's rhythm and timing.
Kevin Riley into the ball game for Alabama. At the moment, he is split wide right. Would be shocked if he doesn't come into the backfield in a moment as Simpson sets the offense. Bama 4 of 9 on third downs, 1 of 1 on fourth down. Simpson gets the snap, swings it out, catches made Riley, but he's hit short of the first down mark. What a great play on that far side by the FSU defender. It was Samuel Singleton who made the hit, and I believe, barring an extremely generous spot, it's going to be FSU football. Great throw and catch. They are going to stop play to look at the spot again. But it was a nice grab by Riley and a great stop by Justin Cryer. I think I said Singleton, but the 228s messed me up. The linebacker Cryer is the man who made the hit.
It's one of those things that, once again, it's thrown on the back shoulder. Riley has to adjust to it. He can't keep his feet under him. Yeah. And he's going to be a foot short.
At least. It will be FSU football, so the Noles turn away the Crimson Tide. That is twice now Bama has failed to convert on fourth downs, once on a 54-yard field goal. Another one right here attempting to keep the drive alive, and unfortunately, the Noles will have it. 1st and 10, still 17-7. We got a ton of football left now. 10:22 to go in the third quarter, but a disappointing end to that drive.
But every time you don't put points on the board, that's that much more pressure. There is no room for error by this defensive unit. They have got to shut Florida State almost out here in the second half.
Did their job in forcing the first punt of the game for the Noles, but now they'll need to do it again. And let's see if Castellanos and company can reignite their offense. Hopefully not. Hopefully Bama's got things figured out defensively with their coordinator Kane Womack. And again, it didn't seem to be so much scheme as it did just the ability to wrap up on several plays that hurt the Tide in that opening half. 1st and 10 Noles from their own 32-yard line. Castellanos, play action. Looking right, little wheel route, got a man, catch is made. First down and more into Bama territory. A foot race inside the 20, and finally knocked out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. Jalen Lucas, the redshirt junior from Houma, Louisiana. He's an Indiana transfer. He converts on a 68-yard play, getting the Noles down inside the Alabama 5-yard line.
Yeah, Deontay Lawson had him man-to-man coverage out of the backfield. Just not enough speed from that linebacker position to be able to keep up with the running back.
1st and goal Noles at the Bama 4-yard line. Pitch goes to the right side, stretching for the end zone. Did he get in? He did. That was Keziah Holmes. I believe his first carry of the game, and the Penn State transfer able to get to the end zone and give Florida State now a 23-7 lead with 9:45 remaining in quarter number 3.
You got to make plays when you get an opportunity, and when you don't convert on the offensive side, that kind of sets the tone for your opponent to take advantage of it.
Extra point attempt upcoming from Weinberg from the hold of Schminto. Snap, hold, kick, all good, and the Noles extend their lead now to a very surprising 24-7 advantage. 9:45 to go, third quarter. We're back to Doak Campbell Stadium in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it
it is
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing! I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Huddle up, football fans. Tailgate season is here, and nobody gets you ready for the game like Academy Sports and Outdoors. Swing by your local Academy store or shop online at academy.com to find everything you need, from grills to jerseys and more. Don't forget to stop by our newest store in Birmingham on Highway 280. Fun can't lose, and neither can you. Gear up today at Academy Sports and Outdoors, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
From fajitas and gumbo to grilled fillets and fried fish baskets, U.S. farm-raised catfish is the ultimate ingredient for bringing people together. It's also low in calories, high in protein, and let's face it, just really, really good. Reel in the compliments with crowd-pleasing recipes from our friends at Sweet Grown Alabama. Trust me, you can't go wrong with their simple, delicious ideas for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Learn more about U.S. farm-raised catfish today at sweetgrownalabama.org. That's sweetgrownalabama.org.
Florida State now in front 24-7 over Alabama. Still 9:45 remaining in the third quarter. Today we salute our radio affiliate of the game, Score 94.7 and Fun 101.1 right here in Tallahassee, Florida. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to Score 94.7 and Fun 101.1 here in Tallahassee for carrying Alabama football this season. Corey Reamer is our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Again, brought to you by Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's to score superior protection from pests and termites. Corey, 68-yard scoring drive for Florida State. 64 of those yards on that one pass to Jalen Lucas. What did you see from the Alabama defense?
Yeah, absolutely. Deontay Lawson got caught with his eyes in the backfield, and you've got the responsibility of taking that Hunter up the sideline. You got to be ready for that wheel route. It's just a matter of time. They've been trying to get that speedster the ball as much as they possibly can. Found a mismatch that they could get with the backer, and Deontay Lawson, with his eyes looking back at that quarterback, just turns it up and into the wheel route and runs free, and it's a chase to the end zone.
How do we keep this from looking like the Oklahoma game a year ago? A lot of time left, but we got to be
There's
poised,
some time
don't we?
left. I'm not going to say there's a lot of time. You're still limited in the number of possessions. I think you have to be super aggressive offensively, not necessarily pushing the ball down the field, but being willing to take the 5-6 yard gains and go for it on fourth down. If you want to win this game, you got to stay after it.
Weinberg kicking off. Scott watching this one sail over his head and go into the end zone about 7 yards deep, and that'll be a touchback to the 25-yard line. Starting field position has not been a major issue for Alabama. It's just been, after the first drive and a half, moving it effectively.
And it's really been small things that have stalled these offensive drives for Alabama. The ball not being placed a foot where it needs to be, instead of behind, forcing receivers and running backs to adjust and alter, not keep their feet under them, not holding a block quite long enough. It's little things that can be corrected, but you got to start doing it right now.
Daniel Hill in the backfield to the left of Ty Simpson. He'll sit Ryan Williams all alone far left. He'll put 3 men, including an offset tight end to the right. Handoff goes to Hill, tries to stretch forward and does for a gain of about 3 on first down. May stop him back at the 28 for just that 3-yard pickup, as we said. Jason Jenkins, Tennessee transfer, making the stop for FSU. Defensive end. His 2nd and 7 is upcoming for the Tide. Shotgun snap to Simpson. Flag on the play. Throw comes in. Ball batted away by the Noles. Let's see what the flag will be. Bama signaling that it's on FSU, but let's wait and see.
It's got to be a holding on us. There's no way the umpire would throw a hands to the face.
Wouldn't think so, but I know that was the signal we were getting from Caden Proctor.
Well, I think he was saying, my bad, that's on me.
I believe that's the 2nd hold that's been called on him in this game. And
I'm sorry, it was right up the middle, I believe.
So second down and 20 upcoming for Alabama. Ball on the 16-yard line. Simpson getting the snap. Has time. Plenty of time. Fires. Catches made across the middle. Bernard changes direction. Goes back to the far sideline. 50. Across midfield to the 45-yard line of FSU. A big play for Alabama. Jeremy Bernard on the receiving end of the strike from Ty Simpson. 38 yards, resulting in a bank first down.
And just a three-man rush by Florida State, so plenty of time for Ty Simpson to survey the field and find the open receiver. Bernard goes about 15 yards on an in cut and is wide open in the zone coverage.
Spotted at the 44 of the Noles as Bama goes back into FSU territory again. 4 men to the right side as the tight end Cuevas is split as well. Single man to the left. Empty backfield at the moment for Simpson. Now Williams goes to the left side in motion. Set up a screen across the middle for him. Juggles it, loses it, incomplete. Could not hang on to the football, and we're fortunate that didn't stay in the air long enough for one of the gold helmets to grab it.
Riley Williams a little sluggish coming up. He's going to leave the field. Might have gotten twisted up on his ankle or something on the little quick jailbreak. He had a seam had he caught it cleanly.
Yep.
To
Was
split the defense. He may have been and taken his eyes off the ball. Of course, the defensive front did a really nice job of getting out of their pass rush and going back once they recognized that. So there was a lot of traffic in there. Riley Williams not the biggest guy.
2nd and 10. 3 men to the right side of the formation for Alabama. They're bunched in, but now they'll put one in motion, and Mbakwe, delayed handoff, gets back near the line of scrimmage, maybe a half-yard shy. Kevin Riley got that carry, but didn't have any running room. And so it'll be 3rd down and 11 upcoming for Alabama. Ty Simpson called on in an obvious passing situation with Riley in the backfield to his left. 2 wideouts left, one slightly split to the right side for the Crimson Tide. Simpson with time, fires, has a man, catch is made again. It's Bernard again breaking a tackle before he gets out of bounds across the way on the Bama sideline inside the 30. Bank first down will be spotted at the 27 of the Noles, an 18-yard gain there.
Jeremy Bernard been by far the most consistent receiver for this Alabama core all afternoon long.
8th catch for him for better than 150 yards after that grab. Handoff will go to Washington, and Dre Washington's carry is for a couple to the 25. Here comes Ryan Williams back in the game. Corey, nice to see Bama move the sticks.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see him. Florida State's doing a phenomenal job of just muddying up that middle, not having a ton of success running between the tackles right now, but great job by Ty Simpson and Jeremy Bernard finding the weak spots of that zone defense.
Everybody's in tight, but 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Simpson play action, looking across the middle, has a man, incomplete. Boy, he had a man open, Enrico Scott, but the pass was behind him.
Everything is just a yard or so too late in being delivered. And as you mentioned, Florida State in a 2-safety look. You split that with a seam route. It's a beautiful run route. The ball just needs to be thrown a hair quicker or out front, and it's a touchdown to Rico Scott.
Not Rico Suave. 5 of 10 is Alabama on 3rd downs, but they're 3 for their last 3 so far on this drive. From the 25 is Alabama, trying to keep this one going. Down 24-7 with under 7 minutes to go in the 3rd. Simpson gets the snap. Pressure coming. Steps up. Fires incomplete. He was hit as he threw. Trying to connect with Cuevas. Likely was going to be brought down even if the catch had been made. In decision time now for Kalen DeBoer. And he says, we're not going to kick. We're going to go for it here from the 25-yard line.
And this is a tough call because the field goal puts you down 2 scores.
At the same time, wet turf. Didn't have a good kick on the 54-yard try earlier. He's going to stick with his offense right here, but a 4th down and 8. They've got to get to the 17 of the Noles to keep this one going. Simpson with 3 wideouts right. Now he'll bring the tight end Cuevas to the left. Snap goes to Simpson. Rolling, looking, firing towards Williams, and that's going to be a defensive hold on the Seminoles as Williams was held trying to break free, and that's a huge break, but the right call there for Alabama. Edwin Joseph, I think, grabbed Ryan Williams. Defensive holding on the Noles. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Penalty on 4th down, holding on the Noles, keeps the drive alive for Alabama. They had the right play called again, Tyler. Only a penalty stopped it.
Yeah, called Florida State in a man pressure. And was able to take advantage of it because of the speed that Ryan Williams has.
Back in the Chick-fil-A red zone is Alabama to 15 of the Noles. Simpson looking across the middle, in and out of the hands of Ryan Williams. Boy, I don't think he was quite ready for that one. The pass a little high.
He didn't get a choice, though. He's got to understand pressure's coming, and that's a 3-step drop. It's a catch and release for Ty Simpson. Ryan Williams has to get his head around quicker and not worry about setting the defender up, especially when there's a 6-yard cushion. Close it, run your route, the ball, expect the ball to be there.
At a minimum, it's going to be a 6-yard gain. At best, it would have been a touchdown. Instead, it's incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10 from the 15 of the Noles. Ball on the far hash. Simpson getting his offense set. 2 tight ends to the left side for Alabama. Caleb Edwards and Josh Cuevas. 2 wideouts right side of the formation. Simpson fires to Cuevas. Boy, did he hang on. No, it was broken up beautifully by the Noles as he was there, Cuevas was, but reaching in to rake it away was the defensive back for Florida State. Maybe a linebacker that got there. I believe it was Ashlyn Barker. Thank you very much, Roger Hoover.
And surely you would think on 4th and 8, if Alabama went for it, they're going to go for it here on 4th down as well. So what do you do on 3rd and long?
6:40 to go, 3rd quarter. Bama down 24-7. Crimson Tide with the football on 3rd and 10 from the 15-yard line. Simpson setting the offense. Play clock down to 3. It's at 2. It's at 1. They get the snap off in time. Simpson rolling to his right, but we've got a whistle before the snap and a flag down on the near side of the field as well. Delay of game was the call?
It was a delay of game. It was play clock definitely at 0. The back judge saw it, threw it. And they'll give you a little bit of leeway of letting that 0 go all the way to 0, but
is it almost a favor?
It's almost a blessing, especially with the outcome of Ty Simpson being forced to the outside and throw it away. At least now you got a shot. However, 3rd and 15, you know Florida State's going to be sitting back soft in coverage.
A little more real estate to work with, but let's see what they do here. Again, the 1st down marker is at the 5. The line of scrimmage is at the 20. Simpson resetting the offense. A running back to his right, Daniel Hill. Simpson getting the snap, stepping up, has a man in his face, tries to throw it, ball slips out of his hand, lineman picks it up, it's Brailsford, Parker Brailsford at the 20, Parker Brailsford pushed out of bounds. I said the 20, it was actually the 25, and got it to the 22, where at least you've got a fighting chance now at a field goal. Without that heads-up play from Brailsford, you're going to be back around the 30-yard line, Tyler, probably without a realistic shot at a field goal drive.
You would have had to have gone for it on 4th down and a mile. Ty Simpson's got to get rid of the football or pull it down and run it, though, if it's not open down the field. Understand where you are. You cannot afford to have a sack. Avoided a huge
Talty missed earlier from 54. This one will be from 40. From that far hash mark. No wind. Snap high, placement down, kick is up. It's got enough distance, and it, hallelujah, is good. Given where things were on that drive, we will take 3. Bama still down by 2 scores, though, 24-10 as we take a look at the Brombergs scoring drive recap. 12 plays, 53 yards, 3:46 off the clock, culminating in a 40-yard field goal. Bama on the board for the 2nd time today, but still trailing at 24-10 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Alabama football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Let's go Crimson Tide. SeatGeek.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in. Like Kubota BX and L-Series compact tractors that get the job done right. Z-Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your local Kubota dealer for a demo today.
Visit rolltide.com/Kubota for a list of statewide participating dealers.
5 minutes, 59 seconds remain in the third quarter. We just saw a 40-yard field goal by Connor Talty for the Crimson Tide. So with that, the score, Florida State 24 and Alabama 10. Corey Reamer is our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. Again, brought to you by Cooks Pest Control. Call Cooks to score superior protection from pests and termites. Corey, good to see the offense get some points on the board. Now it's time for the defense to get that Alabama offense right back in the field.
Yeah, I really wanted that offensive drive to end in 7 points. Ty Simpson really looking for Jeremy Bernard there on the sail route. Florida State just had to plant coverage, guy underneath and guy right over the top. He had nowhere to go with the football. Able to get the ball away and still get a chance to kick a field goal. Got 3 there, down 14 right here. This is where we got to turn it on as a defense, get some pressure, get after this quarterback and get a quick 3 and out. We can't let them continue to have sustained drives, eating this clock. That's what Florida State's going to attempt to do here.
Connor Talty, who just made the 40-yard field goal for Alabama. And again, a little note with the name Parker Brailsford on it because the Bama center pounced on a loose football, actually picked it up and gained 8 yards after recovering the fumble by Simpson. And I'm not sure that that field goal is good or that we're even able to attempt it without Brailsford getting the additional 8 yards after
most of the time
recovery.
You will see offensive linemen just drop on the ball, cover it up where it is. But that was a heads-up play by Parker Brailsford.
Talty kicks this one into the end zone. It will be another touchback. And the Noles will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. If you're just joining us, Bama down 17-7 at the half. Florida State didn't go 3 and out, but had to punt after getting 1 first down. And that was the first time Bama had forced the Noles into a punt today. The only time, unfortunately, that's been the case. And from there, Alabama got the ball back, moved a little bit, didn't get points. And then Florida State goes for a big play, covering about 68 yards, setting up a short touchdown. And they had at the moment a 24-7 lead, but a field goal since then has made it 24-10 as the Noles go with Gavin Sawchuk in the backfield to the left of quarterback Tommy Castellanos. They bring a man in motion and will hand it off to Sawchuk, who breaks a tackle or 2 and winds up getting 5 yards, Tyler, again after the point of contact.
And it's starting to get frustrating. Sometimes the defensive line is doing a really nice job of stalemating that offensive line, but we're not getting any scrape by the linebackers or pursuit up into those holes to fill these gaps. Linemen are being able to get up on them to them, and it's getting frustrating.
2nd and 5 Noles. Castellanos from the pistol again with once again Sawchuk, the running back. Castellanos will bring his tight end in motion. Play action, fires a slant, left side, incomplete. Threw it behind the intended receiver, Deuce Robinson, who was there and would have had a first down, but the pass was poorly thrown.
Well, and Quay Russo was coming off of the edge, and you got to think that Castellanos saw him and just hurried his throw a little.
The Noles 4 of 6 on 3rd down so far. In a big 3rd and 5 upcoming here, they'll go with an empty set. Castellanos by himself with 3 wideouts left, 2 to the right side of the formation. One of those in the slot to the right. Now he'll have Sawchuk in the backfield as he goes from the left. Now he goes in motion as Castellanos is scrambling. Pressure coming, big chase, and he will get the first down. And a late flag's going to come in.
Tack on.
Oh, man.
Justin Jefferson had him in the backfield, but Castellanos just too quick and eluded him. Justin was doing all he could to run him down. They'll pick up 5 yards plus 15.
Damani Jackson looked like he was concerned about a pass being thrown rather than coming up to make the hit. But and then he delivers a late shove out of bounds that was totally unnecessary. Yeah. He didn't come up and make the play when he needed to and then made a hit that was illegal out of bounds. So a huge play there as Roydale Williams is in the backfield for the Noles. They'll have it 1st and 10 at the Alabama 49-yard line. Castellanos on the handoff, and Williams will fight across the 45 to the 44-yard line. Keon Sabb, the strong safety, made the hit, but not until a gain of 5, actually 6 on the play to the Bama 44. 4.5 minutes remaining in the third. Again, a 24-10 FSU lead, and the Noles on the march. Man in motion, Castellanos will hand it off to him, and that is Lucas, and he's going to be brought down after a gain of maybe 1. Jalen Lucas, the 4th-year junior from Houma, Louisiana. He's had a couple of big plays in this game, wrapped up by LT Overton after a gain of just 1. So another important play here, 3rd and 4. Bama's defense trying to make a stop and hopefully force the Noles to punt.
Be surprised if the ball left Castellanos' hands.
2 wideouts right. Tight end offset to the left. Lone running back is Sawchuk. Castellanos taking his time. Play clock down to 5. He gets the snap. He will look. He will fire across the middle. It was almost picked off. Closest man to it had a crimson helmet, but it falls incomplete.
And that's what we expected all day. That was just a horrible throw. It was 10 yards over the head of everyone.
Yeah, Zabian Brown was the closest to it, and he had no chance. But Bama does force FSU to punt. Another big stop as the punt is upcoming from Mac Chiminto. He's standing on his own 43-yard line as back for Alabama will be Mbakwe, standing with his heels at the 10. A little pooch punt, and Mbakwe will get away from it, and it carries all the way into the end zone. So a victory for the Bama defense with 3:16 remaining here in the third quarter. Bama will get the football back and a chance to hopefully get something done here late in this quarter. Another touchdown would be most helpful with Bama down 24-10.
As sloppy as we have looked at times, we are 2 possessions down, ball in hand. We've shown the ability to pick up big chunks of play quickly. We can move the ball down the field in no time at all. Starts with good protection up front. Not a single, very few runs here in this half of football do they continue to put the ball in the air and trust Ty Simpson.
2 wideouts left side, 1 to the right. And now after shifting, it's like Williams may be in the backfield to the left side of his quarterback, Ty Simpson. So 1 wide out left, 3 right. Simpson looking, pressure coming, he goes down. Stephon Thompson gets the first sack of the game for FSU as Simpson gets brought down. It looked like he wanted to go to Simpson, Corey, but he couldn't get it to him.
Yeah, he was looking for Williams the whole way, just didn't have a chance. Florida State bringing with 4 and getting back to him.
Snap goes to Ty. He will look, pressure coming again. He has to unload it And it's going to be 3rd and long upcoming for Alabama, 3rd and about 17, as Blake Nicholson was putting the pressure on him there.
On first down, Florida State just brought a little twist up front, and there was a little confusion with Parker Brailsford. On third down, they're just getting after us now because of the down and distance. They're bringing the pressure, dialing it up, trying to create pressure in Ty Simpson's face, forcing him to get rid of the football, and it's worked.
Three wideouts right, including the tight end, Josh Cuevas. Richard Young is the lone setback, and I believe Kalen DeBoer is used a timeout here. He has. And that allows Florida State and its faithful to get worked up a little bit more. We'll keep it right here as Alabama has another big 3rd down upcoming with 2:51 to go here in quarter number 3. The Tide just 5 of 12 on 3rd downs today. The Noles are 5 of 8.
You got to think, when Florida State has sat back in coverage and only rushed 3 defensive linemen, Ty Simpson has found holes and windows to be able to convert first downs. You got to think Florida State, especially with where they are on the field, is probably going to dial up the pressure package here and force a quick release.
After this timeout, Bama will go with Cuevas to the left side. Watzier Brooks also in the game, a wide out to the left side. Cuevas comes in tight now as Simpson gets the snap, goes play action. Rolling to his right, looking downfield. Stops, pressure coming, tries to elude the rush, does, and then wisely slides down around the 20-yard line. He got back to the original line of scrimmage, but it'll be 4th and 10 Alabama.
And now you got to punt the ball. They sat in coverage, nowhere to go to. A lot of times you'll attack the middle of the field, but they sunk a linebacker deep in the middle. And on the scramble drill, they did a nice job of picking everything up.
Again, the first game for Blake Dowd, the 50-year senior from Colorado School of Mines, but he's averaged 52 yards on 2 punts so far. Jalen Lucas is deep for FSU. Another low line drive, fair catch called for. It hit him, and Bama's got it. Bama's got the football as Lucas called for a fair catch. The ball hit at the 46. It bounced right into him. Back to a Bama player who picks it up. A nice job on the part of Cam Calhoun to recover that one, and Alabama's got it right around midfield. A huge break there for the Crimson Tide.
Boy, and that's the one we needed. Came in special teams because of the low punt, and as you mentioned, not a smart play by the receiver for Florida State of not getting away from that football. Nothing to gain.
Corey, huge play there for the Tide. What are you seeing?
Oh, massive play right there. A little bit of a wobbly kick, nothing clean. Punt returner is really indecisive of what he's going to do. Gets up too close to it, takes an awkward bounce, and just catches him on the leg. Alabama takes advantage. Now this offense has got to do something with this football.
First turnover by Florida State. Bama's got it. FSU territory at the Noles 46. 2 wideouts each side. Single setback is Young to the right of Simpson, who operates from the pistol. Ty gets the snap, play action. Bama looking downfield, firing towards the end zone. Williams covered. Did he make the catch? He did not, but there are flags everywhere. Pass interference on FSU. That'll move it up 15. Quindarius Jones frankly made the smart move. He gave up 15 yards to avoid giving up 6 points.
And Williams had a step or two on the defensive back. Ball held on a little too long by Ty Simpson, but he gives a winnable one-on-one throw, and Ryan Williams is able to draw the penalty.
From the 31-yard line, 1st and 10 Alabama at the FSU 31. Another bank first down thanks to the flags. Isaiah Horton wide to the near side, one of 2 men to this side of the formation for Alabama. Quick pitch goes to the right side. Young trying to get to the edge. Stiff arm to break free and get about 2 yards. Make it 3 on the play. Check that. It was Jeremy Bernard. I'm sorry. 5, not 9, who got the quick toss. Again, the different looks from Kalen DeMoore and Ryan Grubb is OC.
Yeah, you're utilizing the speed of these wide receivers and picking up an extra blocker with Cuevas, the tight end. So it's a personnel change that we've seen a couple of times here in this game of trying to create ways to get the ball to wide receivers in the backfield.
Bernard, 7 catches, 134, but also a rush there on the toss sweep. Now Daniel Hill is in the game to the left side of Simpson, operating for the pistol on 2nd and 7. Play action, quick out. I don't know if that was deflected or just a poor throw. He was trying to get it to Bernard, and it may have been tipped, according to Corey Reamer down on the field. Blake Nicholson, the linebacker, is the one who got a fingertip on it, but another big 3rd down here for the Crimson Tide, Tyler.
You're rolling on this possession as well, so you're thinking 2 downs to pick up this 1st down. You do not have to put the ball in the air necessarily if you find something, but a quick hitter, find your running back out of the backfield. A lot of different options Alabama can go to.
Bama just 5 of 13 on 3rd down as Ty works from the pistol again. Had Hill to his left, gets the snap, fires left, has a man down there, but it's incomplete, trying to get to Bernard. And Jeremy was battling with the DB there. And it'll be 4th down and 8. Jerry Wilson was the man in coverage of Bernard on the far side.
And you're okay with the one-on-one, the 50-50 ball to the perimeter, but it's got to be catchable inbounds.
Bama huddles. They're 1 of 2 on 4th down conversions. Brailsford, the center, looking back, seeing Simpson from the pistol. The snap to him. Play action. Looking, spinning away from traffic, being chased, trying to get to the boundary. He throws, and it is dropped. Or did he catch it? They're going to say incomplete.
He could have ran it.
He could have. And if Ty Simpson runs the football, he's got a 1st down. He's got maybe 10 yards. Hard to fault him for wanting to throw it to Ryan Williams, but he made a tough throw to a sliding receiver, and rather than running it himself, Bama turns it over on downs.
Yeah, and once he broke containment and got on the perimeter, he had tons of yardage in front of him, and I think even had the ball been caught, I believe Ty Simpson was past the line of scrimmage when he released it.
You're right. And he could have almost walked to the 1st down. A mistake there by Simpson, a first-time starter at this level. But with the bullets flying, he makes a crucial mistake. 1st and 10, Florida State, with under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter, and knocked backwards right at the 25-yard line was the FSU ball carrier, Usmain Chroma. Great play by LT Overton to force a 1-yard loss. Likely the one more play in this quarter before we'll head to the 4th. Three wideouts right for Castellanos. He will hand it off, and a stop made again at the line of scrimmage. Sawchuk came in motion and got brought down maybe a yard to the original line of scrimmage and a shade more, but the final 7 seconds are going to tick away after the stop by Keon Sabb and company for the Alabama defense. Bama down 2 scores. It's a 24-10 FSU lead and a huge 3rd down upcoming to start the 4th when we come back to Tallahassee here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is about big plays and big energy, but it's also about the little things. It's about the energy of a community coming together to cheer for our heroes on the field, the tireless work that goes into every game from the front gate to the 50-yard line, and making memories that last a lifetime. Alabama Power knows that dedication makes all the difference. That's why we're here to keep you moving with reliable power and the programs that help you save. Now that's big. Alabama Power, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
From Bart and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
The Alabama Insider Podcast is the official podcast of Crimson Tide Athletics.
Catch full episodes of Hey Coach and The Kalen DeBoer Show, Crimson Tide Rewind, Crimson Tide Today Daily Reports, plus full interviews from Crimson Drive driven by NASCAR. Download and subscribe to the Alabama Insider Podcast on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and all podcast platforms. Roll Tide with the Alabama Insider Podcast.
At Alabama, you know what it takes to be the best. You don't win it all year after year by being a copycat. You do it by setting the standard, by being the original. And that's exactly what Guthrie's is, the original. The original chicken finger restaurant that started a Golden Fried dynasty. So keep the Golden Fried game day tradition alive with a gut box loaded with chicken fingers and that signature sauce. It's a winning combination every single time. Guthrie's, the original chicken finger restaurant.
Alabama trailing Florida State 24-10 as we get ready to start the fourth quarter. Third quarter recap saw Florida State score 7 points, Alabama score 3 points. A field goal by Connor Talty, 40-yarder, the only points for the Crimson Tide in the third quarter of play. Taking a look at the Alabama Power scoreboard game, still in progress just at the end of the third in Athens, Georgia, with a 38-0 lead against Marshall. Also, it's Arkansas up 38-7 over Alabama A&M. Just underway in the third quarter there, and then Oklahoma also underway with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. No score between the Sooners and Illinois State. Earlier today, we saw Texas fall at Ohio State 14-7. Tennessee topped Syracuse 45-26. Mississippi State winning in Hattiesburg 34-17, and Kentucky a winner 24-16 over Toledo. We're with you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth, proudly serving Alabama communities for the past 67 years. And as we get ready to start the fourth quarter, once again on the call, the voice of the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Disappointing thus far, to say the least. However, 15 minutes could be jump-started, certainly with a third down stop right here, Tyler Watts, if we can get it.
This is massive right here, and the question is, what do you do defensively? You definitely want to make sure you do not run past Castellano and allow him to extend a play. You can't be too soft, though, with these wide receivers. At the same time, you got to be respectful of Squirrel White. You can't come up at the line of scrimmage and just press man. So a lot of different options, regardless of how the outcome is. As long as you force the punt, you've done your job defensively.
White had a 40-yard grab early in this game. Really helped flip momentum. It was 7-0 Bama at the time in the first quarter, after a dominant 8.5-minute drive that took 16 plays and 75 yards. The Noles answered back on a 7-play drive of their own, the sixth one, a 40-yard connection on third and long from Castellanos to White that set up a first and goal from the 9. It was paid off one play later on the carry by Castellanos, tying the score. The Noles would take the lead on their next possession and have not trailed since. It's 24-10. Castellanos on third down and 9.5, operating from his own 29-yard line. Bama showing pressure from the edges and up the middle. Now Castellanos will walk to the line of scrimmage to audible. Gets back. He'll roll to the left. Trying to get to the edge. Can't. He's brought down. Keon Sabb read it perfectly. Able to bring him down back around the 20-yard line. Officially the 21. Sack or a quarterback run, regardless, he goes to the turf, and Bama forces the FSU punt.
We were man-free. There was no safety help. It was man with about 8 yards off of the ball. The DBs and everybody else was at the line of scrimmage. Keon Sabb not allowing Castellanos to get to the perimeter. He wanted just to get rid of it quickly, but couldn't.
Shimento to punt, waiting is Alabama's Jalen Mbakwe. Fair catch called for and made at the 38-yard line of the Crimson Tide, and Bama will have it. 1st and 10 right there.
Got to have points. Yeah, got to have points here and put all the pressure back on Florida State. They're feeling good, but now they're starting to feel a little bit of tension here in the stadium and on the sideline. If you can put a drive together, you got to get it in the end zone.
Again, I agree with you about points, but 7 rather than 3 at this stage.
Yes.
As the Crimson Tide has not had a touchdown since its first drive of the game.
Ty needs to make his decision and go with it. Anticipate what's about to happen. Don't make it so obvious. He's a little late on all of his decision-making, second-guessing himself.
Williams, Bernard, and Scott wide right, and now Jeremy will come in motion to the left. Simpson gets the snap, swings it out right side. Williams makes the grab, and Ryan breaks a tackle, fighting forward across the 40 to the 41. Jerry Wilson, the corner, was hanging on for dear life, stopping Ryan Williams after a gain of about 3.5. 2nd and 7, we'll call it. Williams wide to the left, all alone this time. Simpson waiting on the snap, gets it, swings it out quickly to Cuevas. Tied in with a grab, first down more. Cuevas breaks a tackle, dragging people inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. Another bank first down for the Crimson Tide.
Boy, Rico Scott and Jeremy Bernard did an excellent job on the perimeter of freeing up Cuevas. He was able to split the seam because of the 2 good blocks and pick up great yardage.
Unfortunately, he had to leave the game. He looked banged up after the 32-yard pickup. Did Josh Cuevas, the veteran tight end. Now you've got 2 men wide right for the Crimson Tide. Jalen Hale joining Rico Scott. Bernard will come in motion that side as well, giving them 3 to the far boundary. Looking right is Simpson. He'll drop it off to his safety valve. Hill fights forward to the 30 and bumped out of bounds right there. It'll be 2nd down and 6 for the Crimson Tide. Omar Graham Jr., the Jack linebacker, is the man who came up to make the hit.
Coach Grove tried to draw up a home run play, anticipating that the little faked swing pass would draw up the defensive backs. It did not. Ty Simpson smartly checked it back down, and Daniel Hill with that big body put a hurting on that defensive back.
Kevin Riley now in the backfield for the Crimson Tide, the second-year freshman from Northport. In motion right side, a tight end. The handoff goes to Riley left side, trying to break a tackle and keeps fighting. Legs churning inside the 25 to about the 24. He's going to be about a half-yard shy of the first down mark.
And as the field condenses down inside close to the 20-yard line, Alabama has to be able to run the football.
3rd and about a yard, less than that maybe. Simpson getting the snap, handing it off. Riley, first down and more, breaking a tackle, getting inside the 20. He's to the 19. We'll get a double payoff here. A bank first down as Bama gets inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. Makes everybody for the Tide happy, especially the boss, Jim Carabin. Injured player down for FSU. We'll check on him, and Seminole players signaling quickly for the training staff to get there, and slow to get up. It appears to be Joseph, one of their defenders. We'll check on him. TV has gone away, and so we'll take the break as well. 24-10, Florida State still leading. 11:51 to go, fourth quarter. But a 1st and 10 upcoming for Alabama inside the Seminole 20. Back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What? Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
At Alabama, you know what it takes to be the best. You don't win it all year after year by being a copycat. You do it by setting the standard, by being the original. And that's exactly what Guthrie's is, the original. The original chicken finger restaurant that started a Golden Fried dynasty. So keep the Golden Fried game day tradition alive with a gut box loaded with chicken fingers and that signature sauce. It's a winning combination every single time. Guthrie's, the original chicken finger restaurant.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
11:51 remaining in this game from Tallahassee, Florida State 24 and Alabama 10. Last drive for the Seminoles ended in a sack, the first sack of the year for the Tide, courtesy of Keon Sabb. Bama's sack count is presented by Guthrie's, home of the original chicken finger and a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Visit us in-store or online at Guthrie'sChicken.com and roll Tide. We just stepped away for an Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout, but good to see Edwin Joseph get back on his feet for Florida State. Again, all the injury timeouts brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine. Their team of doctors can help you achieve victory over injury. Andrews Sport Medicine, the official sports medicine provider for the Crimson Tide. Tyler Watts, time to get in the end zone.
Easier said than done, my friend, especially Alabama, it seems, has made several trips on this side of the 50 and only walked away with 10 points. Here you are, though, first down, around the 20 or 18-yard line. You got to find a way to punch it in, even if it takes a minute or two.
Cuevas and Caleb Edwards are in the huddle, two tight ends. They'll break the huddle, go right side along with Rico Scott. Under center is Simpson. He will go play action. He'll roll to his right. Looking, nobody to throw to. Now fires, catch is made. Bernard gets the first down and knocked out of bounds around the 5-yard line. Thought he was going to go to a tight end, but he had double coverage. They slipped Bernard late. Behind him, he makes the grab down to the 5.
It's a nice job of Ty Simpson keeping patience and keeping his eyes downfield and not forcing it into the end zone.
They'll spot him actually back at the 6-yard line, but it's first and goal, Alabama there with 11:17 and ticking, time left. Horton, Williams, Bernard, the three wideouts for Alabama. Only Bernard is wide left. That's the near side of the field. Simpson rolls, throws it right side. Scott breaks a tackle at the 5, gets to the pylon. Touchdown, Alabama. Rico Scott made the catch from Simpson at the 5, broke a tackle, and just willed his way to the end zone to give Alabama another touchdown and make it a 24-16 ball game at the moment. FSU with a man down at the 1-yard line, but 11 minutes exactly to play in this ball game in Tallahassee, and the Crimson Tide has pulled to within 8.
Now you've put a little bit of pressure on Florida State. You think about what they've done offensively. They've scored pretty quick here in the second half. This defense for FSU has been on the field a majority of this second half, and they're starting to get a little tired.
Scott got hit in his right foot, did touch out of bounds, but the football appeared to cross the pylon before it touched out of bounds. And that should be a touchdown. The injured player is being escorted off the field. Earl Little, the former Alabama defensive back, appears to be okay, and he's walking off on his own power, but not in a hurry. As Talty is on to try a very important extra point that would make this a 7-point ball game with 11 minutes still to play. Talty again from the hold of Dowd. The snap from David Byrd. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up. It is perfect. And Alabama is to within 7. 11 minutes to play. The Bromberg scoring drive recap. 7 plays, 63 yards, 3:16 off the clock. Alabama back to within 1 score when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's Cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
From Bart and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Are you ready for your winning moment? Find it at Wind Creek Casino, where the action never stops. Hottest games, loosest spins, more ways to win. We've got the highest payouts and the most epic rewards. At Wind Creek, there's a win waiting for you around every corner. Wind Creek Casino. Find your winning moment. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In Alabama, sacks are a way of life. On the field, the Tide delivers them. Off the field, Fusakli's does too. Only ours come with house-made sauces. Born and raised right here in Alabama, we're a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Fusakli's Chicken Fingers, the only sack you can cheer for and eat. Can't fake the foo.
Alabama with a touchdown to make the score. Florida State 24, Alabama 17 with exactly 11 minutes left to go in this game. We just saw Ty Simpson with the 6-yard touchdown pass to Rico Scott. That is our best move of the game. It's presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Corey Reamer is our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Corey, we've seen Alabama do a nice job against the run the last few possessions for the Seminoles. You know Florida State wants to work the clock. What do you expect here?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the last drive, Alabama's keeping their gap integrity and not letting Tommy Castellanos find those holes that he was able to find in that first half. Really keeping him contained, shutting down the run. He's looking down at this line, looking for anywhere for him to escape the pocket. And on that last third down, we finally bring some pressure. We got a little fire zone pressure. Keon Sabb comes off the edge, and Tommy Castellanos has nowhere to go. Good to see finally create a negative play. It's been few and far between this game.
You just wonder if Gus Malzahn here, realizing how stagnant their offense has been the last couple of possessions, does he take a gamble? Does he risk some sort of reverse pass or play action off of that and try to push the ball down deep?
Yeah, you definitely want to know. You've got an idea that he's going to bring something we hadn't seen before.
Kickoff from Talty, sails into the back of the end zone again. And the Crimson Tide will go on the defensive with 11 minutes still exactly left in this fourth quarter. And the Tide down just 24-17. They were down 24-7. And the Tide with 10 points to make it a one-score game, but they've still got a hill to climb.
Got to win the down.
Seminoles with one play in this quarter. It resulted in an 8-yard loss, only their second snap in the fourth. A handoff trying to shake free, but only getting a yard was Usman Kroma, the freshman running back. Got a couple maybe on that play.
Deontay Lawson did not make the tackle, but he forced the ball carrier back inside. If he's able to get to the edge, he has a big gain.
Here comes Quay Russaw into the game as Justin Jefferson checks out. Roydale Williams in the backfield for the Noles. They'll send their tight end in motion. They fake the handoff to him. Keeping it himself is the quarterback, Castellanos, and he'll stretch forward, setting up a third down and right at 2 yards to go. Huge 3rd and 2. The Noles 5 of 9 on third downs. Bama 6 of 15, by the way, on third down today. Castellanos keeps it himself. He's tripped up. Did he get the first? I believe he stretched forward.
He's short.
They put his knee down at the 34. His arm stretched forward, but his knee was down at the 34. And let's see what the Noles opt to do here. They're up 7, clock moving, 9:45 to go, fourth quarter. Does Mike Norvell roll the dice or not? Deontay Lawson gets credit for the stop. They're taking a lot of time, still 15 seconds, and they're going to go for it, or at least show that they are. Let's see if they try to draw Bama off sides. 4th and less than a yard. Castellanos waiting, gets the snap, hands it off. It's close, but I think he pushed forward and got just enough for the first down. Clock moving under 9:12 to go now here in the fourth quarter.
Boy, Gutsy Collin, we did a pretty good job at the point of attack, but just enough push for Roydell Williams to be able to battle forward for a first down.
1.5 yards, maybe 2 even on that play. More than I thought. Two wideouts right. They'll bring one in motion. Castellanos play action. Looking, pressure coming. Fires it out there, incomplete. Boy, he had a defender draped on him. A couple of them, actually, for Alabama. Intended for Micah Danzy.
Boy, and Corey, we are really getting after him, running like a bear look up front and really bringing pressure off the edges.
Yeah, absolutely. We're finally getting some pressure, forcing him off his mark, not sitting back there, being able to see the field clearly. Great job by this defense to get a hand on him, or he had a lot of room to run right there.
Trying to get fresh legs out there as well for Alabama. As Castellanos will keep it himself, fakes the pitch, nobody to throw it to, and Dominic Jackson brings him down. And a late flag coming in, I think, on Jackson.
I think they're going to get us on a face mask potentially.
Oh, man. It was a very late flag. Personal foul, dead ball on Alabama. Dominic got one earlier for a late hit. And he may have gotten one there that's a massive mistake, if so, in this ball game. Oh, it was a late hit. It wasn't Dominic.
No,
it
I
was
think
James
it's taunting.
Smith.
I think they got him for taunting, standing over the player.
Either him or James Smith coming in late. I think you may be right, Tyler. Either way, huge mistake for Bama. FSU football, handoff, and very little running room. With 8:24 to go, they'll spot it at the 46-yard line. That penalty on Alabama was the 7th of the day for 65 yards. They did call it on James Smith. And Florida State's wanting a delay penalty called on the Crimson Tide. It's a timeout call by Alabama. Nakai Hill-Green had a problem with his shoe. Corey, is that what the situation was?
Yeah, absolutely. The toe on his shoe is completely busted open, and he was trying to get on the ground, but you got to be careful with the new rules. You can't just lay down on the ground and get the referees to give you a time to get off. But, yeah, they're managing staff right now is – yeah, cost us the timeout. Managing staff is running to the locker room to get him a new pair of cleats.
Only got one timeout left. Let's take the break as well. 8:10 to go, 24-17. Florida State leading Alabama, 2nd and 9 when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second timeout for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate timeout from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big-screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
This season, honor the win and the West in Tecovas. Whether you're in the stands or out celebrating after a big win, Tecovas Western boots are handcrafted for all-day comfort. With colors and styles that look right at home, you can show your pride from head to toe. This football season, show up in boots. Find your perfect pair at Tecovas.com or one of our 50 Tecovas stores from coast to coast. Tecovas, forever West.
8 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this game from Tallahassee. Florida State 24 and Alabama 17. Our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter is Corey Reamer, always brought to you by Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's to score superior protection from pests and termites. Corey, we've seen some nice things from the Alabama defense on this drive, but unfortunately penalties continue helping out the Seminoles.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been doing a good job. Had a chance to get off this field. Unwarranted penalties. You got to stay within yourself, not get a taunting penalty. Personal fouls just killing you. You got 8 minutes left in the game. You got to realize the position that you're in. Trying to win this ball game, you can't have those mental mistakes.
Yeah, we got some clarification. Apparently not taunting, but it was a hit from James Smith where he basically took the forearm and drove it into the head of Castellanos, and we believe that is what the penalty ultimately was for. 2nd and 9, little reverse going left side. Seminoles cutting it back. They've got a first down. They've got more staying on his feet, and finally drug out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Mekhi Danzy, the second-year freshman from right here in Tallahassee, picks up 26 yards on that play. Able to break containment, got to the edge, and picked up big yardage. Another first down. Castellanos having to fight forward for yardage, gets not a first down as the chain gang was awful getting set. And they pick up about 5-6 yards maybe on that play, and Bama's got a player down at the 20 or at the 15-yard line. Jamarian Latham is the player injured for Alabama right now. Latham being attended to. That left leg, I believe, is being looked at. Again, with 7:36 remaining. And now, unfortunately, you've let them in a spot where 3 points could be a minor victory for you.
Oh, it's a huge victory. That makes it a two-possession game here. So, you know, Corey, I want to get your thoughts on this. Obviously, you need to stop them here, but I think you have to create negative plays as best you possibly can.
Yeah, and it's something that we haven't really done a ton of this game so far, but the last quarter we've seen this Alabama bring in a lot more pressure than what we saw in the first half of this game. We got to come out there, force the ball out early. Maybe we can get a tip ball or throw it before he's ready to and create an interception. I know Florida State's going to try their best just to protect this football.
And I'm just curious if you dare create pressure and bring the house, so to speak, because there's really no difference between two touchdowns and a touchdown and a field goal.
Latham helped to the sideline as now Castellanos and company will run it up the middle inside the 5, spinning, fighting near the goal line, and I believe he got in. It's very close, and he is indeed in. Gavin Sawchuk with the touchdown run, 14 yards, and the Seminoles have made this a 2-touchdown game again with 7:17 remaining.
The defense did everything there, put themselves in a position, forcing a 3rd and 10, but as we mentioned, the personal foul extended the drive. You get another gimmick play on the reverse, and then just sheer will here driving the ball across the end line. Every time this Alabama defense gives themselves an opportunity, it seems like they make a mental mistake, puts themselves in a hole.
So on to try the extra point again will be Weinberg. With 7:17 left to play. They are reviewing that last play to see if he got in or not, and I don't, you almost hope they count it.
I know. It's crazy to think, but with only one timeout left, we got to get our hands on the ball twice.
Yeah.
So you got to score quick. try to force a 3 and out with hopes that with very little time that you have an opportunity to tie this ball game up.
This play under review presented by Ziegler Meats. Pick up the same Ziegler Jumbo Frank served in Bryant-Denny Stadium at your local grocery store. Ziegler Meats, a tradition of great taste for over 90 years and proud to be the official hot dog of the Crimson Tide. Again, since we had the rain late in the first half, we're not able to hear the official word, but they have said the touchdown did take place, which again, considering the time situation, not overly disappointed with. Weinberg on now to try the extra point. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up, and the kick is good as well. 7:17 remains, and it's back to a 2-touchdown advantage for FSU. 31-17 is our score. And now you're at a spot, Corey Reamer, where not only can you not afford to go without points, you got to be quick about it at that.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of making a big play. You got to get after it, move the ball downfield. This offense has done a good job of getting 5-7 yards a clip this game, but at this point in time, with only 7 minutes and 17 seconds left to go, we got to score in a hurry. And the defense has got to do their job. And they've been playing really well this second half, making stops. It's just unfortunately the mental errors that have really cost us.
Well, and what you also are a little concerned with, hey, Florida State knows that you're about to throw the ball every down as well.
Yeah.
So you can't necessarily try to force the ball down the field to create that big play, because that's more time for those front four to tee off. And they've been getting home when Ty Simpson has had to hold the ball for 3 or more seconds. So it's okay to get rid of it quick and just move the chains, because you can't score the second time until you score the first.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they've been able to do it, like you said, with only bringing 4 at a time, just running some simple TE games up front, been able to create some confusion on this offensive line and getting the ball out early from Ty Simpson.
So the kickoff upcoming from Weinberg, as Scott is the deep man, hasn't had a chance to return one yet and won't get an opportunity on this one either, as once more the kick sails into the end zone and then bounces out of it. 1st and 10 Alabama from their own 25-yard line. You talked about big plays. Ordinarily, we think of Ryan Williams when you talk big plays in the passing game, but he has been held in check. 5 catches, but only a total of 30 yards, the longest covering 11. Jeremy Bernard has been the go-to receiver, 8 catches, 146 yards. 37, though, is the biggest play he's had.
Hey, listen, this secondary for Florida State has not been willing to put themselves in bad situations where they have one-on-one coverage in the field. They're giving up the underneath stuff, trying to prevent the home run, thinking Ty Simpson won't be patient enough.
From the 25, Simpson gets the shotgun snap. Looking, fires across the middle, catch is made. Hill fighting, stretches near the first down, but just shy by a yard. Bama will hurry to the line of scrimmage as we hit the 7-minute mark in 3 seconds. 9-yard pickup, 2.5 yard to go. Simpson getting the snap again. Looking, firing, near side, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Cuevas, the tight end. Josh has had 4 catches, actually 3 in the game so far himself.
Well, and that's one that Josh needs to sit down a little bit. He's floating towards the line, towards the sideline. He needs to understand pressure's coming. Ty's trying to help you out, put it on your back shoulder so you can catch it and get out of bounds.
Now 3rd and a foot for Alabama. Simpson fires it near side, almost threw a pick. It's incomplete. Boy, you had 2 receivers there.
Jeremy went to block, and he's cramping up now. He didn't make the block. They're trying to get to Ryan Williams quickly. It was probably a read option for Ty Simpson, and Bernard has to check out of the game now.
But here's also a situation where you got to get a half yard or this game's basically over. 6:46 to go. Bama down 31-17. Hill in the backfield to the left of Simpson, operating from the pistol. Simpson looks to the sideline to get the play. And we've got a flag, procedures, the penalty against Alabama. You had 2 men moving towards the line of scrimmage.
You sometimes wonder, though, on 4th and short like that, call a play and just find out who's the bigger man. You got to win some of these one-on-ones. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You still got to convert. But on 4th and less than a yard, you just got to bow your neck and get it.
That is 8 penalties now for 70 yards on Alabama. And the last 20 yards of penalties has been absolutely devastating. 4th and 6 from the pistol. 1 wide out left, 3 bunch right. Simpson firing across the middle. Catch is made. Ryan Williams, no. Rico Scott making the grab across the 40, just shy of the, actually the 42 is where they'll say it. A bank first down, but much needed for Alabama to keep the drive going and slim hopes alive. 6:24 and ticking. Time left. Bama down 2 touchdowns. Simpson trying to avoid the pressure. Rolls to his right. Gets outside the pocket. Stays on his feet. Firing incomplete.
He's got to make that throw. Yeah, Derek Meadows coming back towards him to help him out. And his easy pitch and catch. I mean, incomplete, stops the clock. You're okay.
But after doing the hard part,
you wasted time.
Guy open.
Yeah.
Avoided the sack twice. So 2nd and 10 from their own 42-yard line with 6:13 to go. And Bama down 31-17. Richard Young in the backfield to the left of Simpson, operating from the pistol. 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Looking to his right, firing across the middle, in and out of the hands of Williams. Boy, that's one Ryan almost always catches, and a late flag came in for the back.
They're going to call it targeting.
I think they may, and boy, Ryan is not getting up. That is scary. Holding his face mask with both hands, Ryan Williams in some obvious pain. Being looked at, he may have gotten, did he get hit in the head?
Well, they did call it targeting.
Yeah, it'd have to be. Corey, what could you see?
Yeah, when he was on the ground, it looks like his arms came locked up right by his head. You know, typically signs of scary injuries, potential head injury.
He keeps taking his eyes off the ball, though. That's a very catchable pass.
God, it was after the play, and his head went down, and it looked like head hit the turf.
You know, at a minimum, this is unnecessary roughness. They're definitely going to get a targeting here.
Yeah.
I mean, the defender took 2 steps before hitting him after clearly the ball was on the ground.
Right.
But man, Ryan Williams has got to catch that ball.
While we've got a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Earl Little, the former Alabama defensive back, is the one called for targeting on that play. And again, they are attending to Ryan Williams, and they've just now gotten him to his feet. And he is at a minimum woozy. I think they're going to take him straight to the locker room.
No targeting.
Can't hear the official say no targeting. Wow. No targeting on the review, but contact late at a bare minimum, and Ryan Williams perhaps lost and for the remainder of this game, and a 3rd and 10 upcoming.
And Chris, most importantly, you're down your 2 best receivers. Jeremy Bernard and Ryan Williams both on the sideline.
Opportunities for other guys, but they've got to step up and be grown men right now. Simpson getting the snap, looking, rolling to his right, pressure coming, avoids the rush, plants his feet, fires downfield, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, freshman Jalen Hale, and it'll be 4th and 10, Alabama upcoming.
Ty Simpson did about all he could just to get that play off, and the ball just sailed on him a little bit. He did a nice job. Jalen Hale worked back towards him, as he should have. It was just about a yard too high.
Jeremy Bernard back on the field for Alabama, but it is 4th and 10 with 5:55 to go, and Alabama trailing 31-17. Two wideouts left, one right for Alabama. Single setback to the right is Simpson. Trying to keep hope alive. Simpson, plenty of time now, rolling to his right. Pressure coming from behind. Stays on his feet, breaks a tackle. Simpson gets hit, gets brought down at midfield.
Needed the 52.
Or the
it's a right
48.
foot, left foot.
Boy, that is close.
Right foot, left foot here.
Man, you're exactly right. I didn't think he had a chance. I thought he was down at midfield, and he fell forward to the 48.
The far side judge gave it to him. The near side judge may have him half a yard short.
Did or didn't, Jerry? Jerry Kelly had the first look at it from our booth and said he didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't think he did either.
All depends on the spot here. Not looking great at the moment. Boy, I hope they pump that football fully. Florida State football, as he was about 6 or 8 inches short. It wasn't from a lack of effort on Simpson's part. He did everything humanly possible. But he got hit and brought down 6 inches shy. 5:39 to go. Bama with just one timeout remaining and trailing by a score of 31-17. You haven't tackled well really all night, Corey, but now you got to go after the football. Do you not?
Absolutely. You definitely do. You got to go out there and try to punch it out. You know they're going to be trying to clock it. Like we talked about earlier, trying to bring some pressure where they just can't sit back there and get 2-3 yards a run. We got to bring some pressure in every gap. Try to get these guys off cue, come in there and try to strip at the ball, gang tackle, anything that you can possibly do to cause a little turnover.
Another official review as they're going back and checking it again. It's presented by Ziegler Meats. Pick up the same Ziegler Jumbo Frank served in Bryant-Denny Stadium at your local grocery store. Ziegler Meats, a tradition of great taste for over 90 years and proud to be the official hot dog of the Crimson Tide. They are reviewing the spot to see if they gave him the appropriate amount of forward progress. I will say, in initially looking at it, I don't think he got there. I know they've already measured once, but they went back to review the spot. First down, Florida State. I know you couldn't hear it. We apologize, but the rain at the end of the first half messed up a ton of the electronics here, including the officials' microphones, and kind of altered things in our booth as well. But it's Florida State football with 5:39 to go. And Alabama now in a spot desperation mode. Seeing what they can come up with as Castellanos operates from the pistol. He will hand it off. And again, Sawchuk, who had the touchdown run the last time the Noles had the football, gets stacked up for a gain of 1. London Simmons for Alabama, a freshman nose guard, one of those guys getting snaps in the absence of Tim Keenan III. Getting credit for the stop there. Florida State in no hurry. 5:09 and ticking with 17 seconds left on the play clock. And they'll run it down to the final 5 seconds or less before they snap the football. One would assume the rest of the way as they lead at 31-17 here in Tallahassee. keeping it himself. Castellanos making a man miss, fighting forward, getting near the first down mark.
Got it.
And that will indeed move the sticks again for the Seminoles.
I mean, this game is so reminiscent of Vanderbilt last year. It's unbelievable. Every time you think you got a chance, a little bit of whiff of hope, it just escapes you. Justin Jefferson just absolutely missed a tackle. Would have been about a 4-yard gain. Instead, it's a first down. That pretty much guarantees you're going down to the 2-minute warning.
Xavier Mincy making the stop for Alabama, but again, not until the Noles pick up another first down, and they are content to watch this run. 7 seconds left on the play clock, 4:06 on the game clock. Now they hurry to the line of scrimmage, and they will snap it going under center. Castellanos, and then the stretch handoff where they'll gain 3 yards on the play. Keziah Holmes on the carry for the Noles. Again, if you're only down 1 touchdown, it's different, but Bama's down 2.
It's also different if you're able to retain your timeouts.
Yep. But only 1 remaining.
But that's 2 halves in a row where we burn timeouts early. And now when you get against facing the clock, it's a frustrating situation.
2nd and 7. Handoff right side and stacked up and down.
Deonze Pierre.
Yeah, Seminole running back, actually Micah Danzy, the wideout, got the handoff there. Corey, frustrating desperation time with under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it is. And like Tyler said, very reminiscent of last year's game against Vanderbilt when you've got a similar style quarterback, 5'10", just able to make a lot of plays with his feet today, especially right up the middle, that can just kill this clock. And he's been able to convert big down and distances for them all day long.
Castellanos gets the snap, puts it in the belly of his running back, who will try to get to the edge. Gets knocked out of bounds or runs out of bounds,
short.
Thankfully.
And he's short.
At about the 31-yard line, and that will stop the clock and have 4th at about a yard coming up.
Clock will run.
You're right.
Because we're on this side of the 2-minute.
That's exactly right.
Alabama go ahead and burn their timeout.
You're right. Thanks, partner. Going old school rules with that. But Bama does use the last timeout.
And unfortunately, though, it's because of the gain, obviously, they're going to go for it here. And we saw the previous time they had it on 4th and short, able to bulldoze forward for move the chain. So it's, any hope that you potentially may have of getting the ball back, rest on this play.
So if this score holds and the result has Alabama at 0-1 to start the season for the first time in more than 2 decades, where do you go with Louisiana Monroe and Wisconsin up next before a trip to Athens?
Go back to work. I don't think you change anything from a standpoint of personnel. A lot of people are going to be very frustrated with Ty Simpson's performance. Ty Simpson is playing a ball game that the coaches did not want him to have to play, and none of us did. He's been behind the entire time. They've been dependent on his ability to throw the football, and that's not fair to him. We have not really consistently run the ball here in the second half.
Left side on the carry and getting the first down, Jalen Lucas, and that will do it. As Florida State up 2 scores, will move the sticks again, and they'll come to the 2-minute warning right now, but we'll hear a lot more of the Seminole War Chant over the course of the next few minutes as FSU came in as an underdog and off of a 2-10 season last year, but is on the verge of handing Alabama its first season opening loss since 2001. Bama dropped a 20-17 decision to UCLA in that matchup back in 2001. And the Crimson Tide very much in danger of dropping this one to the Seminoles. Timeout on the field. Will take the break as well. 31-17. FSU with a lead here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey Bama Nation, welcome to Shoe Station, your go-to destination for top brands and trending styles you love. With more than 100 stores across the Southeast, you'll find over 30,000 styles from Hoka, Birkenstock, Hey Dude, Brooks, Crocs, and more. Whether you're gearing up for game day or casual comforts on campus, Shoe Station has the perfect pair waiting. There's always something new to explore, so find your nearest Shoe Station and shop the latest arrivals. Stop by today and see what's waiting for you.
Nobody beats Cook's Pest Control when it comes to superior protection against unwanted pests and termites. Cook's knowledgeable and courteous technicians are expertly trained to get the job done right, guaranteed. Protect your home and business with pest control you can trust. Call Cook's today for your free quote or to schedule your free on-site inspection.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
So,
2 minutes left to go in this game. Florida State 31 and Alabama 17. Stay with us after the ball game for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Kalen DeBoer. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment. Alabama tradition runs deep. Just like our football team, Tri-Green stands the test of time in Alabama hometowns with lawn and land care equipment and support you can count on. Visit TriGreenEquipment.com and roll Tide. Again, Chris, tough day in Tallahassee. It's Florida State up 31-17 with 2 minutes left to go in this one.
No question about that, partner. Corey Reamer, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, making his way up to the booth. The look is, anyway, that Florida State plans to rush the field. I don't know if that's correct or not. That would be odd, but they're kind of edging that direction with 2 minutes exactly left to play in this game. And the Noles leading Alabama 31-17. They take a snap. Bama doesn't have any timeouts left, and I believe they're just simply going to snap the football one more time after this, maybe twice. And that's all they have to do to bleed this one. Disappointing, but with the exception of a perfect season, Tyler, the new look to college football and the playoff system, your goals are still there, but massive work is obvious to be done.
Yeah, the goal first and foremost ought to be execution and attention to detail. Too many drop passes today. You get behind. You don't get an opportunity to play your style, the game plan that you had really wanted to do. You know, Alabama want to be able to pound the ball, run the ball, stop them on defense, and none of that happened early, and you're playing from behind, and you're forced to play a game that you're not ready for yet. You put Ty Simpson in a bad spot. The kid's running for his life because Florida State knows he's going to be throwing the ball. And this is kind of what you get.
Under a minute to go, the Noles will snap it one more time, and that's actually all they'll have to snap it. And they will get a 31-17 victory over the Crimson Tide here at Doak Campbell Stadium, Bobby Bowden Field. And Florida State will go to 1-0 to begin the season after going 2-10 last year. And Alabama will lose its season opener for the first time in 24 years. And yes, a program that's won multiple national titles has their fan base storming the field here in Tallahassee. It still means something to beat Alabama, but we got to keep this from happening. Alabama falls 31-17 in the opener to Florida State. Next up for the Tide, A home game on Saturday against Louisiana Monroe. 6:45 Central will be the kick for that matchup. Gray Robertson, Christian Miller coming up later on our post-game coverage. But as they have stormed the field here in Tallahassee, Roger Hoover will take you through the next hour or so of post-game here in Tallahassee, where the Tide falls by a final of 31-17. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Golf coach Larry Penley will be going into the Ring of Honor as well. He'll be recognized here